right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask everyone to have a seat because we're going to get started. Madam Clerk, are you nearly ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to call to order the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners meeting for January 25th, and we will start with a salute to the flag. Mr. Lucy, would you lead us this morning?
My pleasure, sir. Please join me in a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, item number 2, roll call, please.
Von Hartung, Chair.
Here.
Alexis Hill, Vice Chair, via Zoom. Vice Chair, are you here? We'll come back to her. Bob Lucy. Kitty Jung via Zoom. And Jeannie Herman is absent. We'll come back to the other 2 commissioners.
Okay.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Nathan Edwards, Deputy or Assistant District Attorney.
Here.
And I'm Jan Gallassy, your County Clerk. Do we have Vice Chair Hill on Zoom? How about Commissioner Jung on Zoom? We need one of the 2 of you to pipe in to have a quorum.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put us into recess for a moment until staff can get the technical issues resolved.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Good. Commissioner Jung, do we have you online? Ground control to Major Tom. Commissioner Jung. Okay, all right. We're going to move forward. I'm going to bring us back to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll again just for the County Commission itself?
Yes, sir. Chair Von Hartung.
Here.
Vice Chair Alexis Hill.
Here.
Bob Lucy.
Here.
Kitty Jung. And Jeannie Herman is absent. So you do have a quorum with the 3 of you that are present.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Mr. Wilrich, when I'm going to move on because we need to move forward. When you guys resolve the issue, would you let me know that Commissioner Jung is present? Mr. Manager, that takes us to item number 3, public comment.
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments to be made to the commission as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment, please?
First up in chambers, we have Charles Albright.
Welcome, Mr. Albright. Should be.
My name's Charles Albright. I'm here to speak to you about a dam that exists on the Truckee River that is in Washoe County property called Ambrose Dam. At least that's what the public calls it, since it's at your park. It's a hazard to navigation and a hazard to river users, and I'm hoping to seek the Commission's approval of its removal. I'm working with a number of many groups, and I have meetings with Reno tomorrow, and I have meetings with Carson Truckee Water Conservation District next week, And we're all trying to get approval from as many people as possible so we can get this thing removed from your river. And also, you know, this factor of safety. And once we get folks like the commission to back it, then we can start shopping around for money to afford to do this project. And there's lots of potential for that with the Truckee River Fund and with maybe a Senate or a congressional appropriation if need be, and or just getting a bunch of groups like perhaps yourselves and City of Reno and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, NDOW, and a number of other groups to support us financially to get this thing done. So, and if you've got other groups, like you have a flood management group in your county, you have land management groups in your county, we'd like to get as many letters of support as possible. So if we have to go to somebody like Mark Amodi to get a congressional appropriation, we'll have as many people as possible. There's also a number of people in the public that support this as well. So any questions from yourselves? I was hoping that to see more people.
We cannot answer any questions during public
Okay,
comment,
that's fine.
Mr. Albright.
Well, please consider the opportunity to get rid of a dam that's on the river. It's been abandoned in our river for over 100 years. It serves no purpose other than navigation, safety issues, things like that. Okay? Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next
Madam
up, we
Clerk?
have Mark Newman.
Just hold the clock for Mr. Newman for just a moment.
Hi, you've reached Washoe County Commissioner Kitty Jung's cell phone.
This way,
If
guys.
this is a personal call.
You okay?
Hello?
Commissioner Jung, do we have you?
You do. Thank you. Sorry for that.
No, that's all right. Madam Clerk, would you please make a note that Commissioner Jung is now present?
Duly noted.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Newman. Proceed.
That's fine.
It did not impede in your time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Newman. I'm here for agenda item number 5, the warning lights on Pyramid Highway and the Mount Rose Highway. I travel both of those roads quite frequently. The one on Mount Rose Highway coming down the hill does prevent a lot of cars from running through that intersection. Those do give fair warning to everybody ahead of time so they're not speeding up and slamming on their brakes to slow down at the intersections. I think they're wise to keep them in. And if in the future when Pyramid Highway is increased to the 6 lanes, maybe at that point there and you can remove them instead of having to remove them now and put an extra cost towards our county. And as far as Mr. Albright goes, that dam was being used up through the 70s. I lived on River Lane, and that is one excellent swimming hole, and it's fun to float through those flumes during the summertime. I would leave it there, save money for all the taxpayers and everybody else. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Nicholas St. John.
Welcome, Mr. St. John.
Good morning. For the record, Nicholas St. John. I do have a document that I'll be submitting here. I have a number of issues. One, we the people demand that this Board of County Commissioners recognize that natural immunity is on equal par with any COVID vaccination protection. A paper published by the very prestigious Cleveland Clinic concluded that natural immunity after recovering from a COVID infection was better protection against another infection of COVID. We demand to know where each commissioner stands on this issue. Second issue, we the people demand that the current Community Health Alliance, quote, COVID vaccine informed consent for ages 5 through 11, end quote, be pulled from circulation until it in fact becomes a real informed consent document by listing the potential side effects such as myocarditis, infertility, and death, and that these be initialed as acceptable side effects and informing participants that there have been no long-term studies and long-term side effects are known. It also must inform the participants that they are enrolling in a clinical trial for a 2-year study and that they acknowledge they are the test subjects. They are also to be informed where to report any adverse reactions. Next, we the people demand to know why our grievances delivered to this Board of County Commissioners on July 11th, 2022, that required a response by the Commissioners has gone unanswered, unredressed, or responded to now for 2 weeks. After reviewing the agenda from January 18th, last week, there were no items addressing any of these or any of the previous grievances. What say you? I believe you said that you cannot respond. My question is it can't or won't? Yes, we have our answer.
Next up, we have Sandy Tibbet.
Before you call public comment, Madam Clerk, would you please, Mr. Edwards, explain how public comment works via NRS and when an item is not agendized, that we cannot deliberate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's kind of a fine line. The agenda describes it in the opening material. The difference between deliberation and discussion, the line can become very fine, and so the encouragement for the commission is not to engage in any type of discussion that might become deliberation on items in public comment that aren't on the agenda. So that's the recommendation from a legal standpoint, to not tack too closely to the wind, as it were, and avoid discussions that could become deliberation. The statute allows discussion of public comment, but where that line is what the danger is, and that's why we recommend that you avoid that if possible.
And that would be on item number 4, potentially. Commissioners and county managers' announcements.
Yes, if you have items to bring up about events you've attended or requests for future agenda items or things like that, that is item number 4.
Correct. Or items made in public comment. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, next person, please.
Next up, we have Sandy Tibbet.
Good morning. Sandy
morning.
Tibbet for the record. Previously submitted grievance here. We, the people, demand that Washoe County Board of County Commissioners put on the agenda a resolution to prohibit vaccine passports under the name of passports or any other similar name with any business or government facility for employment, students at all levels of education, and that it will be a criminal offense with penalties of imprisonment and/or fines for discrimination and/or illegal segregation. These vaccines are only given under an emergency use authorization. Therefore, it is against the law to mandate such a vaccination to any person in these United States. Every person in this country has secured rights codified by the U.S. Constitution, which is the highest law of this country and supported by the Supreme Court of the United States, that it cannot be overridden by a pandemic state constitution, any laws, statutes, or ordinances, can't say that word, to be able to refuse any medical device or procedure, including this bogus vaccine. And number 2, we the people demand a resolution to be placed on the BCC agenda to replace the governor's illegal and unconstitutional state of health emergency with a local county state of economic emergency like 8 other counties in Nevada have already done, which, while making the governor unhappy, has had no retribution for these lawful states of economic emergency. What leverage do you believe the governor has over Washoe County? This is a question we demand an answer to. You previously stated almost 1 year ago that even should a resolution pass, that it would only apply to unincorporated areas of Washoe County because the cities of Reno and Sparks can override the county's resolution. If the cities can override the county's resolution, why is it that the county can't override the state's declarations that are not law? How long will you, as a county commissioners, continue to support unscientific declarations and directives? If the governor proclaims that if you wear one red sock and one blue sock, he believes it would keep you from giving COVID, would you wear them? No, you make the unilateral decision that there was no science to back that claim up. Yet here we are 22 months into a plandemic, with no science, which we the people have demanded you provide, which you either won't or can't. Do your job and serve the people of your district and this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Christofferson is next.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I didn't expect to speak today. I'm a public speaker, but my name is Alan Christofferson. I'm here for Agenda 3. As a father of 2 young children, 4 and 6, I moved to Incline Village to raise my children in a small community. I grew up in a town of 750 people, and I realize how important the services provided within a small community by that community. I want to continue to raise my children in a community where the support is local. I believe the constable's office provides important services to our community, and I just politely ask that you consider leaving the constable's office within our community for the benefit of our community. Yeah, excuse me, my throat's. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Aaron Massengale.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'd like to request that we agendize and pass a resolution to ban vaccine passports or any sort of vaccine or medical protocol verification system. As I've stated before, this creates a 2-tier society, which is unacceptable in a free and just nation. But moreover, I want to make sure that not only do we ban vaccine passports for patrons entering businesses, but that we ban vaccine passports or any sort of vaccine coercion for all businesses, including the coercion of making employees get vaccinated in order to maintain employment, is abhorrent and unacceptable. Additionally, I would like that we end the mask mandate in Washoe County. We have ended the public health emergency, which states that there is no need to wear the masks, because if there is no public health risk and no public health emergency, why do we need to wear the masks? We have good news today, though. In New York, just shortly ago, the New York Supreme Court ruled that the governor's mask mandate is unconstitutional and declared it null and void in the state of New York. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that's everybody in chambers, but for the record, I did receive emails from Elise Weatherly, Renee Saletta, Charles Albright, Stacy Pirro, Darla Lee, and Janet Butcher.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We will close public comment. We will bring it back to the board. That takes us to item number 4, Commissioners and County Managers' announcements. Mr. Manager.
Item 4 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information for topics for future agendas.
Okay. Do you have any such items, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Chair, I would just point out that the second reading for the redistricting item will be scheduled for February 8th at our next board meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Commissioners, I have no one signed in. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Commissioner Lucy, I have you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Based upon some of the discussions this morning, I want to add just some quick updates since I was not able to attend last week. last week's meeting. It's been obviously a busy month, and we've had a number of issues go on. In regards to the initial conversation in regards to the advanced warning systems on both Pyramid Highway and Mount Rose Highway, over the last couple of weeks, Chairman Hartung and myself have had a considerable amount of conversations with Nevada Department of Transportation in regards to that. We'll hear that presentation this morning and get a little bit more detail of why and what their plans are for those systems. We have been reassured for, at least in District 2, that the removal or change of the advanced warning systems at this time will not happen on Mount Rose Highway. Those will continue to stay in place because they do fulfill the warrant and need of an advanced warning system underneath the current guidelines. And so they do serve a purpose because of the grade and blind corners. However, there are some future plans that for improvements in safety that were discussed, and hopefully as we continue to move along with that conversation, we'll have more ability to share those details with you later in the year as those become more of a reality and identify some different funding strategies for those safety improvements. So those very beneficial things coming to District 2 from that. Another discussion, we continue to talk with the wild horse issue that is continuing to move along the Virginia foothill and the Virginia range for all the wild horses that are impacting Damani Ranch area, Curdy Ranch area, and also Hidden Valley. We continue to try to work with the state and also the Wild Horse Foundation, those individuals that have been truly identified to help us with moving those horses along. RTC did allocate $300,000 on Friday of last week to put grading systems into all of the storm drain pass-throughs on the southeast connectors to address some of the homeless issues that are going on out there, but also prevent some of the wild horses moving through that area of the southeast connector. So we are going to try to address some of the wild horse issues in an ongoing, and some of the homeless encampments that have been occurring in those storm drains along the southeast connector. So some positive discussions there. For reference, for those of you that are sitting in the audience that may have this of concern, a number of residents have reached out to me in regards to some park systems, specifically Whites Creek Park and some different issues in Galena Park as it pertains to leash laws and changing those. We are working with park staff to make some of those address some of those changes. One other issue that I want to bring up for everybody, this week is a busy week. We will have a strategic plan workshop here for the BCC. Well, not here, but at the Red Hawk Event Center tomorrow. For those of you who wish to participate in that meeting, it is an open meeting, and you will be able to listen to some of the strategic and participate in some of the strategic planning for this commission and for this county going forward into the next year. And also we have a District Board of Health meeting on Thursday afternoon to discuss continued issues as District Health, for District Health. And then, Chairman, I will have my investiture as the president of the board, Nevada Association of Counties Board on Friday.
You're stealing all my thunder, dude.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, man. I didn't know that was part of your gig. I will be doing that on Friday. And so I'm looking forward to taking on that role and helping the entire state of Nevada for the Association of Counties, addressing all the county issues across the state of Nevada, and working with my fellow board of directors and past presidents and other executive leaders to do that. So looking forward to those upcoming. And I also want to commend you on continuing to serve as the chair of the Western Regional Water Commission, which that did occur on last Wednesday. So congratulations, and much, I believe, a much deserved seat for you. You've done a number of great things as it pertains to water and planning, and you have always served this community well, and I consider you the foremost expert as it pertains to water in this community, as it pertains to leader. So congratulations on your continued servitude as that. So those are all my announcements, sir, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned a number of things that I was going to mention. Commissioner Jung or Vice Chair Hill, do you have anything?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to mention tomorrow's meeting. I'm glad you brought up NACO. There's a number of issues, and you have served very well at NACO, not only for Nevada NACO, but what most people don't know is that you also serve in leadership on the National NACO Board for Transportation. So we're appreciative of the time that you spend and the representation that you give Nevada, not just Washoe County, but Nevada in Washington, D.C. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I want to reiterate something because I think it's important. Washoe County Commissioners do not have a mask mandate. We've never had a mask mandate. That is the governor's mandate. We are following the governor's mandate. It is just that simple. And the commission does not have vaccine passports. This commission has not required that. That is not in our purview. So I will close item number 4 if there's nothing else.
Chairman, I have one last thing I forgot to add.
Go ahead, Mr. Lucy, the floor is yours.
One last thing that I have asked for that this board will hopefully be coming on a future agenda is a lands bill update, where we are with that. There have been discussions not only with all 3 entities and all the public entities involved in regards to that. Senator Rosen will be in town on Thursday, and we'll be meeting with Senator Rosen. We've met with her staff on last week to discuss the process. We anticipate, hopefully, some potential draft language and some understanding come in towards the end of February. And as we see that, Ms. Jamie Rodriguez is helping me, and we will continue to work on those issues going forward, and we will bring that back to this commission when we have a closer update of the draft language and what that looks like.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Give me just 1 second here. One last thing for our staff, and I'm not sure whether this falls under, I think this falls under TUMWA, but the Ambrose Dam, and I don't know whether that affects Washoe County. I think it's all under TUMWA's control, but I'm not sure. So staff, if you could get back with me and let me know. I have a number of other questions, but I'm going to bring them up during agenda items, and so I'm going to close commissioners' comments. One more? Go ahead.
I almost forgot, but it is our longest sitting commissioner's birthday today.
Commissioner Jung, is it your birthday?
It is the day of my birth.
Oh, my word.
So I think we deserve to wish her a very happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday to
If you're doing it right, every day's your birthday, right?
Okay. All right. Happy birthday, Commissioner Jung.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. I was not aware of that. Thank you, Commissioner Lucy. All right. That takes us to item number 5. Mr. Manager, would you take us into that item?
Item 5 is an appearance and presentation by Rod Schilling, professional engineer from the Nevada Department of Transportation, Chief Traffic Operations Engineer, regarding the potential removal and status update of the Advanced Signal Warning System projects along Mount Rose Highway and Pyramid Highway.
There, thank you. Yeah. So, Mr. Schilling, I'm glad you're here. I know you also are coming out to the Spanish Spring Citizens Advisory Board. This is something that I have asked. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Before you get into this, I'm vexed with many of the things that NDOT does, and this is not my first rodeo. Sometime I would love to tour with both you and Mr. Mortensen. And how are you, Cole? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. I recognize you even behind the mask. You cannot hide It's the stature, sir. It's, you command respect. I would love to do a ride along Pyramid Highway to show you the things that have happened in the last 35 years, of which I have been a resident of Spanish Springs, and I can show you all the things that have gone down on the Pyramid Highway that NDOT has been involved in. Now this is the latest, and in many cases, it has been done under the guise of safety. Some have been very effective, and I'm very thankful for some of the things that have been instituted. The blinders along the divided section of Pyramid Highway were a great asset to the drivers at night. I know how dangerous it is, and especially in inclement weather. But there have been many other things. Now this is one of them that NDOT is deciding to change, and I'm just vexed. So, Mr. Schilling, the floor is yours.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Rod Schilling, Chief Traffic Operations Engineer for the Nevada Department of Transportation. So today what I'm going to do is just provide an update in regards to the Advanced Signal Warning System project, specific to the District 2 in the northern region. Okay, I want to just give a little bit of an overview again, just for edification purposes. So again, the advanced signal warning systems, those are used to alert the drivers when there are certain features that are necessary to provide that specific advanced notice for that signalized intersection. Specifically, what most motorists are used to around Pyramid, Mount Rose, are the yellow signs that are stationed over that roadway that do the flashing yellow lights to warn of a traffic signal ahead. In this case, what it is the prepare to stop when flashing. And what I'm going to do is kind of go over some of the specifics of those in our updated guidance. So what we've done with the current guidance, which aligns with the national guidelines and the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, is we looked at the limited sight distance. We take in consideration, is it an isolated or an unexpected intersection? Does it have high-speed facility, in this case 45 miles an hour or greater? And of course, engineering judgment. And when we talk about engineering judgment, it means it has to be exercised by a licensed professional engineer or somebody under the supervision of that engineer. So,
Mr. Schilling,
Yes,
if
sir.
you'd like, because I know how difficult it is to present, you are, in my opinion, plenty far enough away. You may remove your mask if you'd like.
Thank you very much. It is hard.
It's fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
Because it's difficult to.
Yeah, it's difficult. It keeps sliding down my face.
Yeah, it's sliding down on your
so.
face, and so I don't want it to break your concentration.
All right, thank you very
Go right
much.
ahead.
So with those guidelines, what you see here is when you have plenty of limited sight distance and that signal is clearly visible, this is not appropriate. So this is where the flashing signal on the onset of the yellow, it'll activate, drivers will speed up. Oops, let me go back to the, this is not functioning. Hang on, where'd it go? It's not.
Can we give either Madam Clerk or Mr. Woolrich or someone, do you have, it's the back who has control?
That's okay. It's kind of hung up. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'll just go through some of the guidelines.
And if you need, staff can change the slides for you when you
Okay.
ask.
The overall goal with these changes is to make sure, like I said, that we promote the uniformity and consistency for the treatment of all advanced signal warning systems, and they're specific to each of these intersections and those individual needs. And the idea behind this too is to promote better driver behavior, which enhances the safety for all of the traveling public. So that is the biggest goal. This is the safety component. We want to make sure that all of these modifications are specific to those signalized intersections. We've already completed all of these throughout the rest of the state. So that's Carson, Douglas, and Las Vegas, and also in the Elko regions. So it has also shown similar modifications in other states where it shows that reduction in travel speed. And that's how we developed our guidelines, is to make sure that these studies are in alignment with that. I'm going to go through and show you some of the specific areas that are going to be changing with this District 2 North contract. So these are in the Reno Sparks area. So this is on State Route 445, Pyramid, and then also along Mount Rose Highway on State Route 431. There's going to be 9 intersections along the Pyramid Highway. And if you're going in the south direction and you start at Cala de la Plata in the southbound direction, that will remain. That is not being removed. That is a passive system that flashes 24/7. So that's the first in the series where you have plenty of line of sight. But again, you're going to still need that change in the traffic pattern ahead. So that is the appropriate advanced signal warning system. As you come down through the corridor, you're in a signalized corridor. Each of those intersections have been analyzed and follows the guidelines. Those will be removed. Now, when you come further south and you get to Queen Far, that has geometry issues, both horizontal and vertical, those will remain. That will just have signal timing modifications. Now, when you go in the northbound direction, it's at disk. That one there is going to be realigned because we want to make sure that that queue is taken into consideration. So it'll be moved further up on the crest of that hill. Again, that stays. That will be an advanced, active, prepare to stop when flashing, same as Queen. Those remain. The rest of the systems throughout that corridor will be removed. Now, when you look at Mount Rose, it's the same thing that we were discussing with you previously. As you come down the hill in the eastbound direction, both Wedge and Thomas will remain. Those are not being removed. You are correct. Now, the others, as you go up the hill in the westbound direction, those meet all of the criteria per our study and national guidelines. Those will be removed. At the intersection of 395, as you're heading in the northbound direction, that's going to be converted to passive. As you're coming out of the signalized corridor in the southbound direction, that will be removed. So this is just going into each of those specific areas, and I'm just talking about those. So that's showing in specific for Sparks, and again too over there on Greg and Veterans, that will be removed as well. And this is, whoops, sorry, somebody's moving them for me. Go ahead, next slide, please. Yeah. So part of our project schedule, we began all of our guidance and studies and everything in 2019. We've done this for the last couple of years. We've done all of our stakeholder engagements. We've worked with all of our local jurisdictions. We've had multiple meetings to get to where we are with our final guidelines and the implementation plan. So that's with all of the local jurisdictions from southern Nevada all the way up here with City of Sparks, City of Reno, Elko, all of our counties. We've done multiple meetings with these to come up with these final guidelines. This project is the last in the series of our changes to the advanced signal warning systems. This one has already been advertised in December. It was let for contractors. On January 6th, we received the bids on those. We're in the finalization of that bid process right now. So we just did this recommendation. It's going to go forward to our executive leadership, and then that will go out for construction early spring, summer of this year. And the construction should be complete later this fall in 2022. We've continued our outreach and engineering review of all of these. That outreach is pretty significant in everything that we've done, including the Citizen Advisory Board meetings, our Neighborhood Advisory Board meetings. Next slide, please. So as part of the complete, what I was talking about earlier, the District 2 South, Carson City, Douglas, those were 13 signalized intersections as well that was done out there. District 1 in the Clark County, same thing. We had 13 signalized intersections that was both modified and removed. In District 3, most of those only received signal timing adjustments. Back to the Northern Nevada project, we're getting ready for that one this spring, summer. Part of the decommissioning for the one that we're doing up here in the north is a little different than what we've done throughout the rest of the state. So we sat down with the City of Sparks and we worked out a decommissioning plan. So what we're going to do is in the first stage of this removal, of course, you're going to have your typical advanced change in the signing that gives them motorists that notification in our changeable message sign boards. We're going to go out there and remove those that are active, put in the passive system, do this transition period for 30 days to allow that motorist to observe that change in that traffic pattern. Then we're going to have our contractor come back after that 30 days and remove those flashing beacons and then transition into that final stage of that pattern for the removals. And again, that's for another 30 days. We've also conducted studies with the University of Nevada, Reno using LiDAR. Next slide, please. We've done 2 locations, and we're working with the Regional Transportation Commission up here in Washoe in collaboration with that. So there was one done on October of 2020. It's not listed in here, at Cala de la Plata. And then there's another one right here, December of 2020, that was conducted at Los Altos. In those findings, by using these, there were no near crashes observed using this light detecting and ranging methodology. And within the specific one that we're talking about here in Los Altos, they set up different speed study zones in the southbound direction. And they found that when the active signal warning system was activated, most motorists sped up even by a few miles an hour. So the goal here is safety. When you think of that, speed is a severity issue. And when you have severity, that increases the potential for injuries and fatalities. So that's what we're here to focus on, is the safety. Next slide, please. After this was decommissioned, like I was talking about, everything in all of the rest of the state, there has been no crashes recorded by our regional operation centers to date. Next slide, please. This, again, is for everybody to understand where to be involved and staying connected. We have our website for the Nevada Safe Signals. It has the FAQs, all of the fact sheets for each of the districts. There's a video to educate on how to, properly drive through these advanced signal warning systems. We have our hotline, and then, of course, our email. And then, again, like I was saying, we've had multiple additional meetings. We're conducting those still with the advisory board meetings. I have our team that is here that facilitates those, and so those are oncoming. Next slide, please. And I want to thank you all for your time for this information.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Let me start. I have a ton of questions, but
Sure.
I'm gonna allow my fellow commissioners to chime in. Commissioner Jung, do you have any questions on this?
My only, thank you, Mr. Chairman, by the way, and thank you, sir, for presenting today. I really appreciate it. My biggest question is, and it has always been, so I want you to know that this is just in general, it's a macro question, is the differences in customs of drivers in different parts of the state and the roads that NDOT are responsible for the safety of and the proper traffic engineering, if that is taken into consideration when we're looking at things like the particularly the advanced warning light system.
Yes, Ms. Jung, this is Rod Schilling for the record again. Yes, every signalized intersection, even specific to Pyramid and Mount Rose, was taken into consideration. And understand that it's not any different than a signalized corridor that's adjacent to it. I'd like to point out that the same functional classification of that roadway is very similar to McCarran, Vista, Sparks. So I would ask those in here, how is it that, motorists drive those corridors any different than they would Pyramid? They're very
similar.
similar.
Excuse me, sir. I would say that the speeds are different, and and maybe I'm just being a baby. I mean, I'll admit it, but it's something I expect on NDOT roads, right? Advanced warning lights. And I'm not saying that I can't learn to do anything differently, but I am saying that it seems to me that if a delay is possible and maybe collect some more data, and if that data comes back and says, no, this is more dangerous, we have to change this, then I agree with you with the uniformity and the need for a cultural shift. But I just want to make it really, to you, for you to understand kind of where I'm coming from. I think that's one of the best features and benefits of Northern Nevada. And I've horse driven to the west of us. Everybody has, and they don't have that. And I miss it when it's not. And again, it could be a cultural and a resistance to learning and change. I'm not going to deny that, but I do just really hope we look at this closely and the use and and then of course, if we have to transition the onboarding, et cetera. But I do thank you for being here. And it might seem like not a big issue, but it is a point of pride for many people as well. At least for me, I can speak for myself and people that I've spoken to about this. So I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Hill, I have you signed in next. Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to better understand, since there are other roadways that do not have these advanced warning systems, what's the origin of why we have these in place on the roadways currently, the history?
Yes, Ms. Hill, this is Rod Showing for the record again. The origin of those followed the old guidance, which is decades old. So we're complying with the most current national guidelines. That's how we are here today.
And the guidelines weren't in place with those other roadways?
No, they were with those other roadways as well.
Oh, okay.
So we're aligning with the national standards, and we're making those similar modifications statewide. We've already completed those, like I was talking earlier. This is the last of the 2 corridors.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hill. Commissioner Lucy, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Schilling, and I appreciate your presentation. I think it's very detailed, and I understand the idea of the operations of what you're trying to accomplish and trying to reestablish a new process under the new guidelines that are presented to you. However, the discussion that I've continuously had with you and many of the folks at RTC is that our community in our area is very, very geographically and demographically unique than it is anywhere else. It's not like Houston, it's not like Vegas, it's not like a number of places that might have more of a grid system, that might have more of a flatter landscape. We have some very unique undulations in our geography and landscape physically throughout our community. But also we have challenges in regards to traffic hours. And we looked at this on Friday at the RTC meeting, whereas transit in other communities is very much peak hours, and then it dips out in the middle of the day, and then we have peak hours again. However, ours never really peak out. They kind of peak, plateau, stay at a pretty extended level of traffic and drop off. And, when you talk, not only do you have commuter traffic, for example, you go to somewhere, let's just take the Phoenix metro area. Phoenix metro area has a lot of industrial in certain areas that they have inroads, and 98 and 95 and I-17 that move into and move a lot of truck traffic into those areas that keep not as much residential traffic, whereas in other areas there's more residential traffic. However, on these 2 corridors, 431 and then Pyramid Highway, it's a very much of a blend. We have a lot of industrial, we have a lot of truck traffic that go up and over the hill to Incline Village. And we've created this habit with these individuals. And for me, the cost to do these changes, to bring this up to date, this to bring to a standard that is now acceptable nationwide, I feel that we are trying to find a solution for a problem that really isn't there. Now, I understand that based upon data, this methodology will hopefully increase the safety and of those 2 corridors. And that has always been the first and foremost for Director Swallow and for NDOT is the number one is safety. Safety and 0 fatalities and safety throughout our communities. My argument, though, is that we have trained our community to, I would disagree that we've trained our community to facilitate and utilize these corridors safely because of those advanced warning. Now, we remove those without having a different safety plan in place. These are long stretches of road in between some of these advanced warning systems and some different things like that. You create new habits that may not be exactly what we are trying to facilitate out of our community by doing that. And so I worry that removing is not answering the true plan of safety, and you're just hoping that, habits will change because those are no longer there. But are those habits going to become positive or negative? And that's my concern with making these substantial changes. Obviously in discussions that I had with your team yesterday and discussions that we had on Friday through the RTC strategic plan, there are potential plans for future improvements on both corridors. But those future improvements are very much further down the line until funding is presented and identified, and then the project's actually planned out and delivered. But in the meantime, we're going to remove something, have quite a gap of time in which those habits once again may change, and then we're going to introduce something different. My problem is that obviously we need to continue to grow to be more suitable and sustainable for our population. But if we do that in a format that doesn't consistently move towards that safety, remove things and keep changing habits, I think we're going to find ourselves uniquely in this kind of destructive mode. And so I worry about not having a future safety plan other than this is what the current standard requires, this is why we're removing it, and not having enough of we're going more off a handbook versus the public input. And that's my concern. And I understand it's worked in Las Vegas, and I understand that, from some of the advanced warning systems, you feel they still are necessary and we'll leave them in. I just think that we're putting money towards a process when could be pocketed and banked for other times and other safety measures that further down the road to either increase capacity, change, and truly change, whether those are roundabouts, whether those are different traffic measures in regards to just spending money to remove a safety system that's already in place. Those are my concerns, sir.
Thank you very much. In lieu of the safety concerns and the dynamics that are specific to these corridors, we took those into consideration. So that's why we went out there. We looked at all of those local environments, the associated specific to each of those individual intersections. We looked at all of the AEDT, which is your average annual daily traffic counts out there. We looked at the mix. We took all of those into consideration, and we still feel very confident that the safety is the main focus here. And when you look at the recent study, just like we did at Los Altos with UNR, when you see even just a few miles an hour speeding up, that is something that needs to be adhered to, where it's the driver behavior. So we need them to focus on the signal, not on the advanced signal warning system. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So they focus on that environment where you have plenty of limited, or the sight distance is not limited. You have all of that in view. You need to focus on the signal, not on that advanced signal warning system where we've seen just in December where those speeds are actually increasing. So if we can mitigate that and have the drivers focus on that signal and not on the advanced signal warning system, then we are doing that safety benefit.
And I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Schilling. I think you're doing exactly what you need to do to address today's situation. I would ask that for NDOT's future planning, because I believe that there have been some challenges that with NDOT and with the local municipalities. I don't feel that we're without some blame in this, that there hasn't been enough coordination in regards to certain intersections, certain off-ramps, certain areas of our community that have been planned thinking that they would be enough to facilitate, yet we did not foresee. We can only plan based upon the history and not about where the future is going. And we've made some errors that need to go back and be corrected, as we're doing right now, what I believe that you're trying to accomplish with the AWS system. But there are off-ramps, there are roundabouts within our community, there are a number of things that we thought were enough to facilitate the time, but then once into actual efficacy, actually installation and use of those, they've shown not to be as successful as we had anticipated. That is just my only concern, and it's not for me to make those decisions as I'm not a planner, nor do I have any understanding of true traffic studies of that magnitude. I just hope that what we're doing today and what NDOT's plans are, that comes into consideration, that we are going to continue to evaluate even after these are removed, that post-studies are done. Not we're going to change it and not continue to monitor.
Yeah, and to answer that again, Mr. Lucy, we are doing post-studies, so we're going to continue to do follow-ups with the University of Nevada, Reno, and continue with these LiDAR studies, both along Mount Rose and on Pyramid. In addition to that, we're going to do 1-year and 3-year safety studies for the full length of those corridors. So we're not going to let this go. We're going to continue to observe this and make sure that the safety is the number one focus.
So,
along
Mr.
those
Schilling, can you
corridors.
remove the lights from for those systems? Can you remove the lights but not all the infrastructure?
Just the flashing beacons, is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, basically turn them off, remove them, to see whether or not they are truly achieving, but if you feel that they aren't achieving the necessary, goals, that they can be reinstalled if necessity.
And to answer that question again, Mr. Lucy, so that's part of the phased approach. So in both of these corridors, that's where we're going to do that. We're doing that 30-day decommissioning. We're going to just go to the passive first to do that for that 30-day transition, observe that, and then we're going to come back and then do the same thing where we remove them completely and observe them again for 30 days. But we're going to still continue with the studies. We're still going to continue with the follow-up LiDAR studies, and we're going to continue with the safety 1- and 3-year studies.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucy. I appreciate the questions, and Commissioners, I appreciate the questions. I want to start by saying this is not about me and you, because I get it. I mean, these are your marching orders. I sat in my office with Director Christina Swallow, Deputy Director Darren Tedford, and they have already told me this is a done deal. But it's all come under the guise of safety, and it's all come under the guise of a national manual, the MUTCD, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is this national manual. And I can tell you that I've seen these national fads before, where they've done all of these studies, and in fact, the most recent one where RTC changed its planning had to do with transit-oriented districts and corridors, and we abandoned that because it just didn't work here because we didn't have the volume of ridership in our transit system. That said, let me ask you a couple of questions because I was unclear. I need to sort of go down my list, if I may, Mr. Schilling. Southbound Pyramid and Disc, as we come up the hill, is that one going to remain? Southbound Pyramid as it approaches Disc.
No, disc will be removed in the
That'll be
southbound
removed,
direction.
even on that hill? Where
'Cause
truckers is going south, where you're heading down into the valley, right? You're coming from Spanish Springs, heading into Sparks. That's
Correct.
on that hill.
Correct, southbound.
Where fully laden trucks with triples, fully laden with material from the pit are trying to time that light to get up that hill. Saw them this morning.
And to answer your question, Mr. Hartung, southbound disc will be removed.
Okay.
That one does meet the criteria for removal.
Okay.
The
Okay.
northbound disc is the one that's being adjusted, because
Right,
that
'cause it
is on
comes
the
up over the
crest of the
crest.
hill.
I'm
As
familiar
you
with
approach
it.
it in the southbound direction, you have plenty of sight distance.
I'm familiar with it. I mean, sadly, I know that back of that highway like the back of my hand. I have, again, 35 years. I'm not trying to boast. I'm not trying to thump my chest. I'm just telling you, been out there for a long time. Lived out there when Pyramid was 2 lanes. And no lights, no nothing. You could stand in the middle of the highway at 8 o'clock at night and not see a light coming from either direction. So I'm familiar with how the valley has grown.
Correct.
Ms. Mortensen, I see that you're coming up, but let me ask some questions first, and you guys can both chime in. So I'm going to tell you what my main concerns are. As both of you know, there's a pit in our valley. It's now the Martin Marietta pit. It used to be Rocky Ridge. It's been there since the turn of the century, not the 20th, not the 20th, into the 20th century, not the 20th into the 21st century. Washoe County used to haul material out of that in the very, very early part of the century when there was no other place, and it was all sorts of valuable assets in the valley. As both of you know, the road base that comes out of that pit is the highest quality in the state. And if memory serves me correctly, It is the standard by which all other road bases are measured. The reason I bring this up is because it's a very, very valuable asset, and I see trucks coming out of that pit all the time, fully laden, sometimes triples, fully laden. I have begged you guys to put, and we got part of it done, and thank you, Cole, for this, because I know you were involved when Rudy Malfabon was the director. We got a third lane, we got an acceleration lane coming off that Hall Road. It went only to Calle de la Plata. I'm trying to get you guys to run that acceleration lane all the way to where the fork is, where the highway turns into 4 lanes. Because as you know, out beyond that, from Egyptian Sunset Springs to the north, all the way out, is 2 lanes only. And once you get past Calle de la Plata, it's 65 miles an hour. So, again, I'm not trying to beat on you guys, but I'm telling you, I know this valley, I know it well. And so if we're doing things under safety, for the sake of safety, why haven't we widened the highway out from Egyptian out past the end of the valley? We've got an immense amount of traffic out there. If you look at the skid marks at Calle de la Plata, I don't know, I should have done this, and I'm sorry I didn't, but if you go to Calle de la Plata and Pyramid, look at the skid marks at that intersection where there's only the passive flashers. They're too numerous to mention, both heading north and south, because cars are not timing it properly. And again, you go from a 65 mile an hour zone down to a 55 mile an hour zone. And when we put the light in at Calle de la Plata and Pyramid, which I begged for, and thank you so much for that, we just put in the passives, we didn't put in the actives, and everybody was like, okay, well, we get that there's a signal there now, and when are we gonna do that? So they never did that. Again, I'm gonna go back to safety. You guys have said to me, safety, safety, safety. Can you show me the number of accidents on Pyramid Highway that have been caused by the ASW systems along Pyramid in the last, at least, 25-ish years or more that those signals have been in place? I've asked for that data. I've never seen the data. I don't think it exists, the accidents that have been caused by the warning systems themselves. So I know that perhaps there's data from other places in the state or maybe in the nation, because again, we're using a national standard. But is there any data that suggests that these things are the cause of accidents?
And to speak on the crash data, I'm not from traffic safety, but, they do our crash analysis. But when they look at those, I can say that they're not specific to the advanced signal warning system when they do that. So you're not going to see that in the crash report.
Okay.
But to speak on
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Calle de la Plata, again, we did the LiDAR study there, and that was completed in October of 2020. And it showed 0 near crashes observed in that signalized intersection. So, some of the braking behaviors and stuff that you're observing, that would be something that we'll just, continue with our follow-up studies to make sure of too.
What's the timing of the yellow on that signal? Rob?
What's the yellow timing?
Yes, on that signal.
I don't know the exact yellow timing, but understand that all of the yellow timing has not changed. Those are also following what we call an ITE standard, so they set those in accordance, so all of these remain the same. The yellow timing doesn't change just because you're removing the advanced signal warning systems.
Okay. So again, under the guise of safety, years ago, a little girl was sadly killed going down. This is before Save Mart was built. And she was killed right there on Pyramid, right out front of Desert Springs. The governor at the time, and I don't remember whether it was Bryan, I think it was Governor Bryan, slowed us down from 55 miles an hour to 45 miles an hour through the center of Spanish Springs, from about Aaron all the way out to about Egyptian. That was a gubernatorial directive. And that remained in place until a couple of years ago now, when NDOT without any conversations with my staff, decided to change it because the 85th percentile was traveling more than 55 miles an hour. And it was, and so you raised it to 55. It has not made that area safer. In fact, it has made it more dangerous. It's it's treacherous getting out through there, because if you're not rolling 65 to 70 with that traffic going through in the morning, you are impeding traffic. I can tell you, because I drive it every day. I personally have stopped going left off of Sky Ranch onto Pyramid. I now use the light because it can be treacherous getting across there because the speeds are so high. It's not the volume of traffic, it's the speeds are so high because NDOT has encouraged people to drive faster by raising the speed limits there. NDOT decided when Lazy 5 was built that it would be a right-in, right-out only. We used to be able to make a left-in southbound traffic at Lazy 5 Park and a left-out. And I was told by the traffic engineer at the time that, no, it's too dangerous. You know, we can't have people crossing the highway there. But yet for years, we had people crossing the highway at Calle de la Plata until we signalized it. There's a right-out only situation at the Centex development, which is in the city of Sparks, which is just directly north of the Lazy 5 Park. That is a right-out only and has to make a U-turn at Dolores, and that speed is now 55 or 65 miles an hour, and those people have to make a U-turn. It's treacherous through there, guys. It's treacherous. And you're telling me that changing these signals is going to make the highway safer. There are so many other low-hanging pieces of fruit that you could have taken beyond this. And you can sense the frustration in my voice because I get calls and emails daily about this, and Spanish Springs is growing exponentially. If we want to make Pyramid Highway safer, let's widen it, for crying out loud. So those are, I'll get off my box. Again, I'm not mad at you guys, Cole, I love you like a brother. I'm not mad at you. I know where the directives are coming from. I completely disagree. I don't see the harm in leaving them because, again, the fully laden trucks coming down Pyramid Highway, heading south, fully laden, and there's a bunch of them, you guys. There's a whole bunch of them. And they're coming out of the Donovan's pit as well. Not a pejorative comment about having pits. Everybody needs aggregate. Everything starts with aggregate, including NDOT's roads. It doesn't matter whether you're doing asphalt or concrete or, anything. Any type of foundational requirement requires aggregate. So I get the need, and I'm not suggesting those pits go away. But what I am suggesting is those truck drivers, because I have talked to them, use those advanced warnings to time those signals. And they can't necessarily stop. And then you're saying, okay, well, it's going to be safer. So now they have to slow down, and now they're going to be doing 35 miles an hour on the highway because they can't stop those things. Those things do not stop on a dime. Just do not. So there's, as my dad used to say, you spend your 2 cents too many times, you're broke. I, sirs, am broke. Floor is yours.
And thank you again, Mr. Hartung. As far as the volumes of the trucks go, we take the counts into consideration on those too. So all of those are, as part of our investigations when we do these per the study. And to be honest with you, the volume is really low, and that is data that supports that. It's only 4% as far as trucks go along that corridor. So it's a very low volume of trucks. So we do take that into consideration when you look at that as you come to each of these approaches. And again, it's upon that motorist, whether it's in a light-duty vehicle all the way up to the emergency vehicles, the fire trucks, or even these heavy-laden vehicles, to drive that vehicle appropriately.
No, and I don't disagree with that. But as you both know, we got a letter from the fire service. I did not call them and encourage them to write this letter. In fact, they called me. It was an issue, out on Calle de la Plata. While I recognize that the signals are designed to hear the sirens, if they only have the red lights on, the signal does not recognize them. So that's an issue. And while you say it's only 4%, and I get Spanish Springs Valley is growing, that 4% is still a lot of trucks on the highway of you know, I mean, there's a ton. I was behind several this morning coming in. So they're there. Trust me, they're there. So, all right. Commissioners, anything else? I would beg you guys, just, I don't think it's going to do any harm. I mean, I recognize that you're trying to have consistency throughout the state. The amount of times that I drive down in Clark County or out in Elko, you can count them on less than one hand a year. I don't think you're seeing, you know, that rationalization of saying, okay, well, let's make everything consistent in the state. I mean, if that's the goal, and here's, and this, I promise this will be my final comment. If that's the goal, you guys would have widened Pyramid Highway 20 years ago, because if that existed in Clark County, that would not have been allowed to happen. The volumes of traffic on Pyramid Highway that we see every single day, and as Commissioner Lucy appropriately pointed out, it's not a camelback anymore. It's a hump. I mean, you see it, it's plateau, and then it drops off. I mean, it's busy all the time out there. So I appreciate you guys coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
I would implore you to go back to your superiors and just say, there's no harm, and especially, I mean, if we're going to take them out, please leave the one on the uphill grade of Disc. That one, those guys use that to time that intersection. I tell you, ask them. Go out to the pit and just sit there and talk to some of those truckers. They'll tell you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And what I'll do is I'll get with my team just to verify our field checklist on that specific intersection. In addition, I'd like to point out that we're also, as an agency, doing a speed management plan. You know, so that's something that we're taking very seriously too. So we're looking at this, you know, to make sure that as we're moving forward, all of the speeds is really the safety concern. You know, so we're doing that statewide as well.
Okay. All right. Again, this is not about the two of you. I'm not, I'm not trying to become accusatory and say, look, this is all your fault. That's not it at all. I understand, but I don't understand. So, if there are no other questions by any other commissioners, and you guys have no other comments, or if you'd like to come up, Mr. Mortensen, and make any comments, you're welcome to do so. If not, we'll close this item.
Good morning. For the record, Cole Mortensen, Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. I just kind of wanted to point out, I guess, a couple of things through this conversation. One of the things that we're trying to focus more on at the department-wide, is that driver behavior piece. You know, there's a lot of, as you've mentioned, you know, you have your speed limit sign out there that says 55, but the driver's still driving 65. So what can we do to try to help make it a safer environment for everybody operating on our system? This really is kind of another step in that direction. You've mentioned the heavily laden vehicles a number of times. When we go through and we do signal timings, you can only account for so many vehicles or vehicle classes out there. And I want to say it's about the 85th percentile of vehicles that are registered out there is about where they time these signals. What that means is that if you have a truck driver driving a heavily laden vehicle, they really should be driving to their ability and the ability of that vehicle to stop in an appropriate amount of time, or for them to react to anything in an appropriate amount of time. So where I'm going with this is that those signals out there aren't set up, they're not timed for those trucks right now. And so that's really where we're trying to take away that driver behavior and that reliance on those signals, because that is actually causing a danger to the community with that. And unfortunately, as Rod had mentioned, when we go through those accident reports, it doesn't often say what state that signal system was in when the accident happened, so we really don't have some of that background data. The other side of this is that safety really is, again, back to the driver behavior. So it's incumbent upon us to design to our national standards and design to standards that are accepted by agencies like the AASHTO and the MUTCD. And part of what comes along with that is the liability. So if we're in a situation where we're not following that, or we have a region within the state that we have certain traffic control setups that we don't have in other areas. If there is a crash that occurs there, it puts the state in a position of liability. You know, why are we treating this area differently than we did this area? And so those are some of the considerations that we still have to keep in mind as we go through and design these facilities.
I appreciate it. No, I do. But I'd love to talk to you guys. I mean, we never got into, the CMAQ standards of congestion mitigation and air quality, where those truckers, the faster they can clear that, those areas, it's better for air quality standards. So I mean, none of that's ever been discussed. But again, I appreciate it. This is not about you guys. And it's just, I will tell you, the people in Spanish Springs, they're frustrated. It's one of my hot topics right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see both of you. Okay, thank you for enduring me, commissioners. That takes us to item number 6. Mr. Manager, let's get ourselves back on track.
Item 6 is a presentation and discussion by Gabrielle Enfield, Community Reinvestment Manager, regarding a status update for the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund grant of $91,587,038 awarded to Washoe County pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Ms. Enfield.
Ms. Enfield, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, County Commissioners. For the record, Gabrielle Enfield, Community Reinvestment Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on our ARPA state and local fiscal recovery funds. Next slide, please. So since the funding was passed for the state and local fiscal recovery funds, we've been operating under the interim final rule for how to utilize these funds. And 2 weeks ago, the final rule was released. So we now have the final rule, the legislation that dictates how we use the state and local fiscal recovery funds. And I just wanted to hit some of the highlights that were included in this final rule. So it clarifies that reasonable, proportional capital expenditures are allowable. So it gives us a little bit more information about capital expenditures and provides a framework for determining eligibility for the capital expenditures. It provides broad flexibility and presumes certain populations as impacted, as well as the disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. So in the previous interim final rule, we had the disproportionately impacted. So you probably remember that term. They've added the impacted, so it's broader now, and that allows us to provide services to a broader population, and it minimizes the administrative burden as well. So this came out just 2 weeks ago, and we've been participating. I'll take this off so you can hear me. We've been participating in numerous webinars with Treasury and Nevada Association of Counties on the specifics of the guidance, and continue to dig into the 400 plus pages of this guidance just to get the highlights and to dig down into the eligibility, but to continue on some of the highlights that were provided. There's more flexibility on utilization of the funds to support modernization of cybersecurity, which was not previously identified, as well as broadening the use of funding for water and sewer, for culvert repair and reservoir rehabilitation, and then some broadening of what we can use for the broadband. Next slide, please. Thank you. So at this point, we have the current board-approved projects funded, allocated are a total of representing 51% of our state and local fiscal recovery award. We will discuss planning for the future projects and priorities at your strategic workshop tomorrow. So just wanted to kind of put a mark on kind of where we're at right now, about halfway. So as far as our status update, we've got 25 projects that have been awarded. 23 are internal Washoe County projects that were approved at the board meeting December 14th, and then 2 sub-grants approved January 11th. By the end of February, we expect to have all of the accounts and the CIP reviews and the kickoff meetings 100% completed. You can see that we're making good progress on all of those projects and working closely with all of our departments to get all of these projects set up and into the implementation phase. I also very happy to introduce Carissa Bradley, our new Grants and Community Program Analyst.
Carissa, like Marissa.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Carissa Bradley. I'm so excited to be working here at Washoe County in the Community Reinvestment Program. And for those of you who I haven't met in person yet, I look forward to doing that in future commission meetings and discussions about reinvesting in our community. Thank you.
Good. For those of you who are wondering why I said that, that's how she trained me to remember her name. So, and it was good. Well done. I remember. Ms. Enfield.
Great, thank you. And Carissa will be assisting with our reporting to Treasury, which we're working on right now for our first project-related quarterly report. She'll be assisting with developing the community grant process, oversight, and assistance to our grantees, as well as assisting with implementing our projects, our internal Washoe County projects. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our first quarterly report by project is due to Treasury at the end of this month, so January 31st. So we will be reporting by project for all 23 projects that were allocated prior to the end of December, as well as our administrative costs. 11 of those projects, just listed here, have activity before December, but we'll also be reporting on all of the others. And we'll provide project descriptions, project status, whether not started, less than 50% complete or complete, et cetera. There's also a significant financial reporting included for budget expenditures and allocations, and then a lot of detail on those expenditures and where they went. This reporting will be posted to Washoe County's ARPA page, so our residents will be able to see all of this reporting. This is the first reporting by project that we're submitting to Treasury. Next quarterly report due at the end of April will include programmatic data fields, so that'll be an expanded report that we will provide to Treasury and also have available to all of our residents. I will be back in February with more information, and we will have a discussion tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Enfield? Okay. Commissioners Jung or Vice Chair Hill?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking forward to the discussion tomorrow on the next 49% of the funding on how we can reinvest in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Enfield.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Yeah, tomorrow will be potentially a little more robust. This gives us a little opportunity to kind of sink our teeth into some stuff. So I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Nice to see both of you again. Mr. Manager, that takes us to item number 7, our consent agenda.
Yes, it does, Mr. Chair. And within the consent agenda, we should point out item 7E2.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, yeah, Commissioner Lucy, would you take care of that for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, obviously in today's consent agenda, item 72, Commissioner Herman, who is not available to be with us today, is making a distribution out of her district funds in the amount of $2,500 rebuilding together Northern Nevada. And that's for home repairs. She's also donating $10,000 to the Salvation Army for their human trafficking survivor program. She's donating $10,000 in grant funding to the Veterans Guest House. She's making a $2,500 donation to Veterans Upward Bound at TMCC. She's making a $5,000 to an Adopt a Vet dental program, a very great program that helps veterans with any dental work needed, and that is a nonprofit organization. And also a $5,000 grant to VA, of Southern Nevada Healthcare System and mental health care system. So we want to make sure we point that out and thank Commissioner Herman for her continued involvement and donations to her community programs. And we hope all of those programs receiving money can utilize that for the benefit of Washoe County. So wanted to point that out, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lucy. I appreciate that. Before I ask for a motion and a second on the consent agenda, Commissioners, do you have any questions on any of the items that you need more clarification or need pulled out of consent? Okay, I like silence is good. Before we move on, Madam Clerk, would you call public comment for me?
We have Heather Borkowski on item 7E2.
Ms. Borkowski.
Hello, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Heather Borkowski. I'm the Assistant Executive Director for the Adopt Vet Dental Program here in Reno, Nevada. I'm also here with our founder, Linda Haig. She is also the president of our board. Our program provides free dental care to qualifying veterans in our community. We just want to say thank you to Commissioner Herman for your generous allocation of grant monies. You will help transform veterans' lives, give them their smile back, and give them hope for a better future. We thank you for that you see the value in transforming veterans' lives. We want to also thank you to all of the Washoe County Commissioners for your continued support for our program. So thank you.
Thank you so much. You guys do great work. There's no
Thank you.
question of it. Very, very integral part of our community. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
I have nobody else signed in for any of the consent items.
Okay. All right, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion for item 7, our consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
I will second the motion,
I
sir.
have a motion by Commissioner Hill, by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Lucy. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, that takes us out of our consent agenda. Commissioner Lucy, do you have a block vote that
I do,
the commission
sir.
can entertain?
I do, sir, and for consideration of time and allowing us to move through some of the more maintenance items today on our agenda, and I would make in the form of a motion that we accept items block items 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 19 in a block vote today. And that
Okay.
is in the form of a motion, sir.
Good, so I have a motion for
Miss-
9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 19. Commissioner, Vice Chair Hill?
Mr. Chairman, I was just hoping that the motioner would make an adjustment of not putting item 19 in a block. Item 19 is for the constable's office, and I'd like to have that as a discussion for the board.
Okay.
Is that? Oh, my goodness. No, yeah, that was not supposed to be in block.
All right, we'll take that. I
don't-
will take item 19.
No, I'm sorry.
So then I will amend my motion, sir, to include items 9,
Yes.
10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 18, sir.
Thank you. I don't know how that, I'll take responsibility for that. I know we moved some items around on the agenda when we were doing.
And it looks like I apologize. I'm getting last minute. Discussion here. Please hold.
Which item?
Yes. We have, it was not identified as a public hearing, but it is a first reading, sir, so items 14 needs to also be removed. So
How
items.
did we do that?
So let me redo this, sir.
Thank
If I
you.
may, I'm gonna pull my motion back and proffer a new one, sir.
Yeah, because that's not listed on my block. I don't, Mr. Wilrich, we'll have a conversation afterwards of how we got that in there, so.
All right, so, in the issue of time, sir, I would make a
Go ahead.
motion to block vote items 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, and 18. sir.
Good. That's what I had listed in my marked agenda, not what's on the cheat sheet. Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, sir. Second here.
Okay. Mr. Manager, would you read those items in, and then we will take public comment?
Item 9 is a recommendation to award the base bid only to the lowest responsible bidder for the Bowers Mansion Pool Replaster Remodel Project. Staff recommends Western Water Features, Inc. in the amount of $1,108,696. This project includes a complete replaster of the pool, the conversion of a wading pool into a children's splash pad, as well as ADA ramp and necessary improvements. Item 11 is, sorry, is a recommendation to accept the Continuum of Care Permanent Support Housing Program grant from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $106,524, $26,631 county match to provide housing and supportive services for homeless families retroactive for the period September 1st, 2021 through August 31st, 2022. Authorize the Director of the Human Services Agency to retroactively execute the grant agreement and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 12 is a recommendation to approve Amendment number 7 to the contract currently awarded to Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, or RISE, awarded requests for proposal RFP number 3130-20 for facility operator of Our Place Women and Family Shelter on the Our Place campus, authorizing a one-time payment of $350,000 immediately upon execution of the amendment in support of the retention and recruitment of shelter staff and increased expenses due to inflation as a result of the COVID pandemic, for a total not to exceed $2,650,000, retroactive for the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the amendment, and if approved, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 13 is a recommendation to approve Amendment number 5 to the contract currently awarded to Elior North America DBA Valley Services, Inc. for senior nutritional services, which authorizes an increase to the meal rate for frozen home delivered meals, increases the total contract amount up to $2,265,007, retroactive for the term of January 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022. Increases the total contract amount up to $2,328,109 for the term of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023, and if approved, authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the amendment and revise the purchase order. Item 14 is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending, we're gonna pull that one out, is that right?
Item 14 is a first reading, Mr. Manager. Yeah.
pull that one out, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Item 15 is a recommendation to accept fiscal year 21 Emergency Management Performance Grant from the State of Nevada Division of Emergency Management, awarding $253,502, $253,502 county match required for FY 2021, including funds to be used for travel, retroactive from October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2022. If approved, authorize the county manager or his designee to sign the grant award documents when received. Item number 17 is a recommendation to approve the use of general fund contingency in the amount of $335,000 to increase expenditure authority for interpreter services, $8,800, and expert witness fees, $326,200, to the Public Defender's Office for fiscal year 2022 to support reasonable and necessary costs to meet minimum due process rights in the Guzman trial, in accordance with the Nevada Revised Statutes 354.598005, and direct the comptroller to make the appropriate budget amendments. Total fiscal year impact for 2022, $335,000. Net fiscal impact is zero. Item number 18 is a request by the county manager through the Washoe County Clerk and pursuant to Washoe County Code 3.030 to initiate an amendment to Washoe County Code Chapter 5, Administration and Personnel, Section 5.490, Office of the Public Guardian, Retention of Attorney, and to direct the county clerk to submit the request to the District Attorney's Office for presentation of a proposed ordinance in accordance with Washoe County Code 2.040. The proposed amendment would add a new section 5.491 to approve the public guardian to obtain assistance from the District Attorney's Office in the administration of guardianship cases pursuant to NRS 253.215. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And so for again, clarification, the fault was mine on the block vote. I know we moved a bunch of numbers around from the draft agenda to kind of make different things happen. And so I think that that's where the confusion appeared. And again, I assume the responsibility for that. And I apologize. So we have a motion and we have a second. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment on any of the items in the block?
Mr. Chairman, I have nobody signed in on any of the items.
Okay. I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. We have a motion for items 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, and 18. We took public comment. So I have all those in favor. I can do this. I can do this. Hold on. My mind is elsewhere. Is there any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're back on track. My mind is wandering on other items where I slipped, and I apologize. Item number 8, Mr. Manager.
Item number 8 is a recommendation and possible action to appoint Linda Jacobs as Washoe County Treasurer pursuant to NRS 245.170, Section 1B, to serve the remainder of the unexpired term of Washoe County Treasurer Tammy Davis, effective February 28th, 2022.
Ms. Davis, it's nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair Hartung and members of the Commission. For the record, Tammy Davis, Washoe County Treasurer, here with this item today in preparation for my retirement. While my intent has always been to serve my complete term, as we've all learned over the past couple of years, life has a way of changing our plans. And as a result of some family medical issues, I will be retiring on February 28th after 24 years in the Treasurer's Office, 12 of those serving as your treasurer. To give you just a little perspective of how long ago that is, the first major project that I participated in for the Treasurer's Office was to make our property tax information available online, which was a huge accomplishment and something we were so excited to provide to our citizens. Now it's expected every day, and it definitely tells you how long I've been there. I'm also proud to have been part of making online payments available, which was the obvious next step. Leading the implementation of the AB 489 tax cap and abatement laws, a big change for property taxes in Nevada, and transitioning our office to a modern property tax software system. Much has changed during my tenure, but the amazing team that serves in the Treasurer's Office remains dedicated and committed to excellent customer service. That has not changed. And it's an honor to have served alongside each of them. It's also been a privilege to serve with each of you during my time as treasurer. Mr. Manager, with you and your team, and with the entire staff here at Washoe County, it's definitely the highlight of my career. In preparing for this transition, our main focus is to ensure continuity, not only for day-to-day operations, but also for the special project that we have been charged with. And the best way to provide that continuity is to appoint someone who is intimately familiar with the office and our operations. To that end, today I recommend that you appoint Linda Jacobs to fulfill the remainder of my term. Ms. Jacobs has been with the office nearly as long as I have, over 23 years, serving in all areas and in various capacities, so she knows the office from top to bottom. She's been a valued part of our administrative team for over 6 years, interacts regularly with other departments, other agencies, and our citizens. She's well respected by our team and will provide the consistent leadership needed for smooth operation until your next treasurer is elected. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, before you exit the podium, I want to say thank you for your service to the citizens of Washoe County. You've been truly amazing. You have solved many problems. You have been a collaborator with every department. I've never once heard you say, we can't do that. I've always heard you say, you know, we just need to figure out how to do this and go through the motions and the steps, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, of course. You're far more concise than I am. You will be dearly missed in this organization because I don't think there's ever been a time, ever, I'm going to just say this, Tammy, ever, that I have called you up and you have not had the answer off the cuff. I don't think, I mean, sometimes there's some numbers that you don't know exactly. You have a pretty good ballpark number every single time. I cannot remember a time when you could not answer my questions. And that's amazing. You have such a command of this office. That said, I'm fully supportive of your recommendations. These are huge shoes to fill, even though they look small.
Size 6?
They're not. They are not. But I'm gonna turn it over. Did you want to give Ms. Jacobs an opportunity to speak before I let commissioners ask, or did you want commissioners to ask you any
It's what your pleasure
questions?
is, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lucy, I have you signed in first, so we'll go this way.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Treasurer, I think that you have shown in your 24 years of tenure here at the county, 12 of which being the leader of that department and an elected leader of that department, and your continued support of that department, and the continued support by the citizens of this county to lead us not only in the very, very arduous task of tax collection and managing a number of our financial assets, not only from just collecting taxes and property taxes and whatnot, but really truly managing our bank, so to speak, our investments. You truly have shown your dedication to the position. This is not a position of political will. This is a position of love and passion and your dedication to civil service. And I have learned so much from you in just a short period of time, and you've taught me so much. Your humility, your pragmatism about how you approach many things, the support and dedication of your department, all show your commitment and love for this position. So it is with great reservation to accept your resignation and retirement, but I know your duties are needed elsewhere, and that's important. But we do support everything that you've done for us and helped us carry through us many, many issues. I look forward. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to meet with your staff prior to this and now those introductions. I feel that you are truly leaving your office in wonderful hands with Ms. Jacobs. She has done a number of things and understands the office very well, but as the chairman pointed out, those are big shoes to fill. And we wish you all the best in your retirement. We know we'll have you for a brief period for the next month or so, but we wanted to, this is fantastic, and I think this transition will make it smooth, and this will allow for that next individual, whoever that may be, who wishes to run for that office, understand the challenges and the difficulty of truly running that treasurer's office. So thank you for all of your time and what you've done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hill or Commissioner Jung?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Davis and for her incredible work with Washoe County and her service. And I spoke to Ms. Jacobs, and I think she'll be a wonderful bridge for whoever the new treasurer is coming in. And so I'm really looking forward to working with her, and hope that Tammy, you'll stay in touch. And it's been wonderful to get to know you over this last year.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have the unfortunate task of being last. Everything has been said, but I do want to say I have never had a moment where I didn't trust you with the county's best intentions in mind. And your attention to detail, as the chair has said, has been a real relief. And your capability is really not something that I have to worry about as a commissioner. And I wish you all the best, Ms. Davis. And I hope that as a public servant, when you're ready to come back, you get to be choosy on these nonprofit boards to choose, but they would be so lucky to have you. And I have some ideas, by the way. But I just wish you all the best, and I hope you stay in touch with us.
Commissioner Jung, as always, you're looking to put her back to work. I appreciate that. You're such a valuable asset, Ms. Davis. I cannot begin to express my debt of gratitude. And I agree with Commissioner Jung. I think that there's some great things in your future when you decide and when you're ready, or if you decide and you're ready. You may not. I won't blame you a bit. If you decide to just, go spend time on the beach in Hawaii. All right, commissioners, we have gone through this. Before I ask for public comment, Mr. Lucy, go ahead. Sure, yeah.
For the position over the next.
Yeah, we can certainly.
months?
I didn't want to put her on the spot, but
This will be the first of many.
The first of.
Right. Good morning, Linda Jacobs, for the record.
You can. It's entirely all right. I know how difficult it is to speak behind an N95.
So, yes, I just wanted to say I am very thankful for the confidence and trust that Tammy, or Treasurer Davis, has in me. I look forward to leading our team and stepping into this new role. Like Tammy said, I've known her for the 23 years I've been in the treasurer's office. She's been a great boss, a great friend, and she will truly be missed by everybody in her office.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, before you leave, Ms. Jacobs, commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Jacobs? Okay, all right, again, silence is golden. I will entertain a motion and then call for public comment.
Sir, I would move that we accept the recommendation from Treasurer Tammy Davis to appoint an interim, Mrs. Linda Jacobs, to the position of treasurer on the retirement of Treasurer Davis.
Okay, and Commissioner, does that include that this is pursuant to NRS 245-170, parent 1, parent B?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I will second for the purposes of moving us along. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Commissioner Lucy, second by Hartung. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Jacobs, Treasurer Jacobs. So,
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your support.
or Treasurer-elect, so it's not even Treasurer-elect, Treasurer-appoint. Okay, all right, thank you so much. Mr. Manager, yes, in fact, you know what? Let's give her a round of applause. And Tammy, this is for you. You've done such an amazing job. Thank you. Okay, I didn't want to make you cry, Tammy. All right, Mr. Manager, that takes us to item number 10.
Item 10 is a recommendation and possible action to approve execution of subdivision settlement participation forms and releases pursuant to One Nevada Agreement on allocation of opioid recoveries, otherwise referred to as One Nevada Agreement, previously agreed upon for participation in settlements with the state of Nevada and opioids distributor defendants Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation, Cardinal Health, and McKesson as listed in Exhibit C to the One Nevada Agreement. And 2, the state of Nevada and opioid manufacturer defendant Johnson & Johnson as listed in Exhibit C to the One Nevada Agreement, and execution of an amendment number 1 to One Nevada Agreement on allocation of opioid recoveries regarding a reduction in attorney's fees to the One Nevada Agreement for purposes of these 2 settlements only. An exact net amount to the county is not determined at this time, but it is expected that the settlement will result in an approximate gross payment from the defendants to the state of Nevada in the amount of $285 million, and that the county's net payout from that amount will be determined according to the provisions of the One Nevada Agreement on allocation of opioid recoveries approved by the board in July 2021.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Counselor, Mr. Large, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Michael Large from the Washoe County District Attorney's Office for the record. This is a continuation of the One Nevada Agreement. In particular, this is a proposed settlement between the state of Nevada and the 3 major distributors of the opioid drugs and Johnson & Johnson. And it is essentially, we'll take a settlement in the amount of $285 million for the state. And then in regard to the approximate amount for Washoe County, it's difficult to determine, as the item says, because there are a number of factors that go into how these are distributed, including attorney's fees and costs and federal Medicare payments that are come off the top, that it is apportioned based on the One Nevada Agreement. The recommendation of staff is to approve this item. In regard to this, many of the cases that are currently pending against the distributors have had issues. These 3 and Johnson & Johnson have reached it's a good agreement for the states, and the state of Nevada, along with our outside counsel, has recommended approval. And we believe this is in the best interest of Washoe County.
Okay. I have a question before I open this up to the rest of the commissioners. And this is probably for well, it can be for all of you, for Mr. Manager, for Mr. Edwards, and you, Mr. Large. When the settlement does finally get distributed, and monies are paid out to Washoe County, are we bound in any way as to how we spend those monies?
The intent of these agreements is almost universally that they will go towards the opioid treatment.
Perfect.
And to remedy the issues.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. I want to, now, does that include things like DAS, alternative sentencing, and those kinds of things where we are dealing with people who are addicted to drugs?
It's going to be a project specific. There is going to be specific language within the settlement agreements that discusses how these are going to be used.
Okay.
It's going to be on a project specific basis in regard to how these things are allocated and those dollars are meant.
Okay, but we can spend it on rehab programs.
That is one of the intents, yes.
Good, okay. I want to get that. That's in my mind, clearly, I don't want to see this going into a general fund where we use it to, put towards our roads, our PCI index, or anything of that nature. I want this money to be spent in a way that will benefit the citizens of Washoe County in certain areas, in certain segments of the population.
These settlements are universally earmarked for opioid treatment.
Good, wonderful. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Large?
I have a question, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Jung.
Thank you. Mr. Large, is this only coming down to the county level, or is this allocation, and are the plaintiffs also include cities?
The One Nevada agreement has all of the participating state, counties, and cities that were participating in the litigation. This will be a universal settlement for the state of Nevada and all of the cities. So the cities will get a portion of this based on their signatories to the One Nevada agreement. So I know that both Las Vegas, City of Reno, Elko, and many of the other political subdivisions in the cities are included in this as well.
What about Sparks?
I believe they are also a member.
What about GIDs?
I do not believe the GIDs are participating in this litigation.
Okay, so I think something we probably need to discuss as a board is making sure that those funds do get essentially put, I would believe, towards us, because we are in charge of homeless services, and there's tremendous evidence of direct correlation between opioids, prescription pills, and heroin eventual degradation to homelessness and stealing and catalytic converters. And I think we're all pretty proficient about that information. So I think that's something we probably need to be thinking about as the regional provider of homelessness and aftercare services. So I'm pleased to see this, and I'm glad we all went all in together. And I thank you, Mr. Large, for being on top of all the coolest stuff. You always get to do the cool cases. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair Hill. Okay.
No comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Large, for your work on this.
Okay.
Chairman, actually.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lucy.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Large, as pointed out in the staff report, we don't anticipate the final number from the settlement until the near future. Do we have any kind of general understanding when that date might be?
It's going to be a little bit more complicated in regard to getting the attorney's fees and costs come off the top first.
Right.
They have to calculate this. I remind the commission, this is a settlement with 4 of the defendants. There's another 60 or so defendants that are still out there, including all the major manufacturers. So they have to apportion what percent of their attorney's fees went to this litigation.
Right.
Then doing the federal Medicare, and I don't know when those numbers from the federal will be big. In regard to when we're actually going to get money, at that point, this is going to be structured. Johnson & Johnson's a payment of 50-something million immediately, and then the other 3 is apportioned over a number of years. So
we don't know.
We don't know when.
The total amount, and we don't know when.
Exactly.
And so whether that's 50,000 or $500,000 or $1 million, we don't know exactly what that's going to look like or when we're going to get it. And there's potential, from my understanding of discussions with you, because of the other potential defendants that are out there, the 60 or more that are out there, is more funds coming in relatively to these opioid cases, correct?
There's substantially more money coming in besides this amount.
Okay, and so, Chairman, it is, from my understanding, we have not set up, or Mr. Manager, have not set up a specific repository for these funds specifically as, we are awarded these settlement dollars, but yet programs that are potentially in need of those dollars, but the dollars asked for and the dollars received may not be enough. There might not, that might not balance out on the sheet. So is there a way, do we have a process established yet in regards to, as we recover funds for this, where those would be, what repository, what fund, where they would sit in time for process for disbursement to different programs?
Commissioner Lucy, not to my knowledge, and we need to start that.
Okay. I think that is something that we probably this board needs to discuss. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that we bring that back for a discussion on how funds are collected, where they would live, and then how we would disperse those based upon need and, outlined within the reason for the recovery of these funds.
Okay, you're spot on, Commissioner. I was going to make mention that sadly, this does not begin, to Commissioner Jung's point, does not begin to scratch the surface of how the initial issue has had tentacles into other issues in the community, and I totally agree. And I don't think that there is enough money to satisfy the need that you could go after throughout the United States and potentially the world, of course. That said, I totally agree, and I think you're spot on, Commissioner, with creation of an opioid fund. And so, Mr. Manager, I don't know whether we have to do that as an agenda item and what would fit into that, because I know that there are some requirements, but I will save that for a future discussion, because obviously we need to get this done. This is what's in front of us now.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Jung.
May I add to that discussion? As well as setting up that fund, I think we also should make a policy informed on the actual lawsuit in anticipation of the settlement of a time that we look back and almost like we're refunding ourselves for the outlays that we can directly, with certainty or within the law, say was a result of the opioid addiction, rather than, I think we need a balance of that, right? I look back like a refund and I look forward like a reinvestment, but it's not a bad idea to kind of lay that out as well to the taxpayers. Like, no, we kept these boundaries that also we were experiencing major hits and had to do current on-hand cash outlays because of the opioid crisis. So I think we should look both ways. Thank you.
No, that's a very valid point. Don't disagree. This has got a lot of complexities to it. Commissioners, before I ask for public comment, is there any other discussion? Okay, I will close that. Before I take a motion, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed in for public comment on item number 10?
We do not.
Okay, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board, looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lucy.
I would move to approve the agreement with the state of Nevada and the defendants of AmerisourceBergen Drug Corporation, Cardinal Health, McKesson, and Janssen/Johnson & Johnson, and approve amendment number 1 to the One Nevada Agreement.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Commissioners. All right, that takes us now, Mr. Manager, to item number 14.
Item 14 is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Washoe County Code 45 relating to the Washoe County Human Services Agency and Washoe County Sheriff's Office by removing and amending provisions relating to the work permit and background requirements for child care employees to align with federal and state background check requirements, and if supported, set the public hearing for second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance on February 8th, 2022, and we have our Human Services Director here.
Ms. Howell, welcome.
Good morning.
You can, yeah, it's okay, really. I mean, you're there by yourself.
Okay. I think this is on. For the record, Amber Howell, the Washoe County Human Services Agency Director. This is a rather simple change, but a really important one. Currently, all child care providers have a background check that consists of getting a work permit, federal, local, and state checks, and a state sex offender registry. But this adds that child care workers will also be required to have a national sex offender registry. So if they committed a crime in another state, we will be able to pick up on that. And so this is something that is required. We've been getting a waiver for many years based on technical difficulties with DPS and FBI and having states all communicate. And it's just been something that we've been working on for a long time. So we have this agreement with Washoe County Sheriff's Office, who helps us run these checks. The cost will go from $75 to $62 for the child care employee, so a little bit of savings. And so it just allows us to come into compliance with our federal funding, and we will be only the third state to implement this. So there's lots more that need to get on board, but we're there, and it removes the work permit requirement and replaces it with the national registry check.
Okay, very good. So before I let commissioners ask you any questions, as I read the staff report, Ms. Howell, and typically we do this, and maybe we need to just change kind of how we approach things. This thing was fraught with acronyms. And, you know, there's DPS and WCSO and CCDBG and DPBH, which I'm familiar with these things, and the NSOR. But while we list them throughout the staff report, but maybe it would be easier, because as people read these things, they get very confused. And so maybe what we can do is work on this in the future. Before we go much further, Madam Clerk, do you have a bill number for me?
I do. Would you like me to read
Please.
the item? This will be Bill Number 1870, an ordinance adopting changes to the Washoe County Code that removes the requirement for a work permit card, removes the work permit appeal process, repeals the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Internal Review Board, defines the Division of Public and Behavioral Health as the designee of Washoe County Child Care Services for the purpose of conducting background checks, and adds verbiage relating to notification of denial, suspension, or revocation of a child care license.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. I know that this is to streamline things. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Howell?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I'm very excited about this change. I am hoping that this will help with getting additional child care in our region. Amber, I know that you're working in probably all of the commission districts, but specifically in Incline Village and Crystal Bay that have had child care issues. So I'm hoping that, if this and any other initiatives that the commission can support moving forward will help us with getting childcare and help working moms and working families moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Jung, I have you signed in next.
I don't think I signed in. Thanks for streamlining this, and glad we're making kids safer. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I apologize. Any questions, any other questions for Ms. Howell?
No.
Okay. All right, before I entertain the first reading, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay. All right, I will bring it back to the board, and I will entertain a motion essentially, but it's just a reading.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would move that we approve the introduction of Bill number 1870 and have a first reading and ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 45, relating to Washoe County Human Services Agency and Washoe County Sheriff's Office by removing and amending provisions relating to the work permit and background requirements for child care employees to align with the federal and state background check requirements. And if supported, set the public hearing for the second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance to be February 8th, 2022.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Helm.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, that takes us to item number 16. Mr. Manager.
Item 16 is a recommendation to approve the use of general fund contingency in the total amount of $1.6 million for fiscal year 2022 in accordance with Nevada Revised Statute NRS 354.598005 to increase expenditure and transfer authority to the Registrar of Voters Department in the amount of $1,164,000 for election-related personnel and expenses, and to the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $436,000, including $50,000 in contingency for a space reconfiguration project to accommodate the needs of the Registrar of Voters Office for the upcoming mail-in election, and approve the creation of 2 new full-time office assistant 2 positions, pay grade E, as reviewed and evaluated by the Job Evaluation Committee, and authorize Human Resources to make the necessary changes and direct the comptroller to make the appropriate budget amendments. Total fiscal year 2022 impact, $1.6 million. Net fiscal impact is 0.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, do you have a need for a presentation by the voter registrar, by Ms. Spicula?
No, sir.
Okay. Commissioners Jung or Vice Chair Hill?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you so much. I will bring it back to the board. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on item number 16?
There's nobody signed in.
I will close public comment. Looking for a motion to either approve or deny this item.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve as posted in the agenda.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lucy. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have the second by Commissioner Hill. We've asked for public comment. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Commissioners. That takes us now to item number 19. Commissioners, Mr. Manager.
Item 19 is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend Washoe County Code Section 5.465 to abolish the office of the constable in Incline Village, Crystal Bay, based on a determination that the office is no longer necessary in accordance with NRS 258.010, and set the second reading and public hearing for possible adoption on February 8th, 2022.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you give me a bill number?
This will be bill number 1871.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rodriguez, I see you've come up, so why don't you start us off with this, and then I know that we have some other people in the audience, and then we'll take public comment and go from there.
Good morning, Chair and Commission. Jamie Rodriguez for the record. What you have in front of you today is the first reading for a code change to abolish the office of constable in Incline Village. As noted in the staff report, NRS 258.1 or 010, allows for the establishment of a constable's office or the abolishment of a constable's office to be determined by the Board of County Commissioners. If this were to move forward, again, we have on here that we would schedule a second reading for February 8th. And the current Office of Constable, their term ends January 2nd of 2023. So this action would allow so that, or this timeline, excuse me, would allow so that people are not filing for that office as it would be up for election this year. The only other thing of note that I don't believe is listed in the staff report, but that was asked by the board, because this would go into the next fiscal year, there would not be a second action required if approved for a budget augmentation. Based on my conversations with budget, if this were to be approved, next year's budget would assess half of the constable's budget to the constable to cover the period from July through the end of December, and the other half to the sheriff's budget to cover the period of time from January through June of the fiscal year.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you so much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Rodriguez? Mr. Lucy? Sorry, okay, I didn't realize. Commissioners Jung or Hill?
Mr. Chairman, will we be getting a presentation by the Sheriff's Office on
Yes,
this?
no, we will. I just
Okay.
wonder if you have any questions for Ms. Rodriguez.
No, I do not. I just want to make sure the
No,
Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Yep, no, I'm moving to that next. I'm trying to sort of be orderly. Okay? All right. Thank you for the moment, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Solferino, Captain Solferino. I can't keep up. Corey, is it captain or are you lieutenant now? Captain. Captain. You probably got promoted in the time that I...
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the commission. My name's Corey Solferino, for the record. Recently promoted. I've been a captain for about 7 months now. Happy to entertain any questions. I know I've given the opportunity, and I just want to speak anecdotally for a moment. After the December 14th BCC meeting of last year, we were asked, the Sheriff's Office executive team asked me to dive into some research if the constable position was dissolved to see if the Sheriff's Office could continue that service. I had the opportunity to sit down with Judge Tyrus for several hours and discuss the position. Unfortunately, during that time, Constable Keller was ill, and I was not able to meet with him one-on-one. But looking at the statutory responsibilities of the Office of Constable, looking at what the Sheriff's Office would be willing to supplement that current occupation with a deputy sheriff, full-time deputy sheriff. Initially, you will see some of the judge's questions in his response or letter to the commission was we had originally talked about a sergeant position. Looking at the scope of work and looking at the duties and responsibilities, majority by and large of the constable, are duties and responsibilities of a deputy sheriff that are currently performed in the Valley, albeit two different positions, because the constable's office is a hybrid between a civil deputy serving civil process and basically a bailiff. So we do have those services currently in existence down in the Valley, and we do have a plan in place to take over those services. I do sympathize with the courts looking at that. There is a lot of institutional knowledge that does vacate the office with the vacation of that position. However, the Sheriff's Office is ready, willing, and able to step into that role and take over those services. I've had the opportunity now with Manager Brown, with Vice Chair Alexis Hill, to attend several community forum meetings and CAB meetings in Incline Village during this duration to answer the public's concern about the abolishment of the position. And I do believe that the Sheriff's Office is primed to take it over. And I will say this, I don't know if we will enhance the services, but we have more resources at our disposal. We also have now somebody that's embedded into the court. So we have a better working institutional knowledge of what's happening in the court. So our officers that are on routine patrol, that are working in Incline Village, have a better understanding of our probationers, who's out there, and a better working knowledge of that. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions that the commission does have. I didn't prepare a brief, but I figured that there would be several questions, and I'm ready.
So before I turn this over, because I know Commissioner Lucy has signed in, but let me just ask you just a fast question, Captain Solferino. So, and I read your brief, I read Judge Tyrus's letter, and I've read the letters from the community. My question is this. So currently, the court is in session 3 days a week. They're doing paperwork and et cetera, or sort of just office stuff on a Monday.
Sure.
They're open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then the court is closed on Friday. So when the deputy or the bailiff is not acting as a bailiff, let's just say there's, and I know that it ebbs and flows depending on the number of cases that come into the court. It's no different than down here. I've had conversations with a number of judges about this very same thing. But you mentioned that the constable's office is civil, okay? So the sheriff's office does not deal with just civil. You deal with both civil and criminal. So when there's criminal activity in the community, your officers, of course, the sheriff's officers are showing up, the deputies are showing up. That said, when the court has no need for this bailiff, where will that deputy or the people that are handling the court, where will they be? What will they be doing?
That's something that we've discussed. Sorry, again, Corey Solferino for the record. Department of Alternative Sentencing Chief Justin Roper and I have discussed that. There are some active probationers, misdemeanor probationers that are up there. He's done a wonderful job with that court. We could supplement his monitoring of those individuals up there. But we're also looking at a possible liaison for the Incline Village area. I understand from having been a sergeant previously at the 2nd Judicial District Court, courts routinely go dark. They have blank calendars. We deploy those assets in other areas. So by having that body positioned in Incline, we would be well positioned to push it around the village and allow some of that civil process to happen, the extended order for protection, temporary orders for protection, civil judgments, all those things that the constable's office is currently doing. We will be able to supplement that with our additional staff and be better ambassadors to the community, because we're not taking any way of those assets. I know one of the biggest, not issues or complaints, but concerns rather, that the community brought up was the recent award of the public safety grant from the Dave and Cheryl Duffield Foundation and pulling those resources away from the sheriff's office to backfill the court. So by having that body there, we can assure that that doesn't happen, that those positions are there for doing their duly sworn duty to respond to calls for service, be ambassadors to the community, and then we still have that court liaison. So we can use other means by which to go out and supplement those services. The call volume in Incline Village is not such that it is in the valley. There are several hours of downtime between calls for service, proactive policing, community engagement. So we would use those resources to help assist the court in doing those checks, in doing those probationary details, and also serving of civil process.
Okay, but we know Incline is growing.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's growing. I mean, there's just no question of it. And
Especially during the season.
Yes, that's right. And the need for more policing in Incline Village is growing. There's just no question. It's why we've seen people step up because, it's been difficult to serve that community just because of the proximity. So I see the nexus. I'm going to stand down, and I'm going to open the floor now to Commissioner Lucy. Mr. Lucy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I do appreciate that. Mr. Solferino, Captain Solferino, I should say. Sir, previous numbers for the sheriff's office prior to your appointment as captain in that area, what were our numbers of sheriffs up in Incline Village?
In Incline Village, it was essentially from 2008 with the recession, we treated it as a beat. So it was staffed with at least 2 officers, and then if we had an additional sergeant on shift, a sergeant.
Okay, and now with the increase in your representation up there, what are those numbers increased to?
It's increased by 11, sir.
Okay.
A captain, a lieutenant, 4 sergeants, and 5 deputies.
And then in my understanding with discussions with Mr. Roper from Alternative Sentencing, he also has a number of officers up there, both monitoring pretrial and post-adjudication cases in Incline Village. Is that correct?
My understanding, yes, they do travel to Incline Village to
Okay.
monitor their probation.
And you have worked with him on a current plan on that, correct?
We have spoken about if this were to happen, what we would do to implement and integrate, and we're ready to do that, sir.
And in the bailiff positions, as it pertains to the Justice of the Peace Court, you would be able to continue to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. As it pertains to I'm sorry, Mr. Solferino, can I ask Ms. Rodriguez some questions, please?
Absolutely, Commissioner. The floor is yours. You can.
Ms. Rodriguez, in regards to, and this is going to be some budget and financing questions, Mr. Keller and the Office of the Constable, they have their own budget, correct?
Jamie Rodriguez, for the record, yes, it is my understanding from budget that they are their own
And they
budget.
fall directly under their own budgetary process and manage their own staffing and costs for their needs and operation within the constable's office, correct?
Again, my understanding from budget, yes.
Okay. And that is solely separate completely from the justice court at Incline, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, outside of, Mr. Sulfrini may want to jump in too, but my understanding at for a constable's office, their primary duties outside of, other than following up with warrants and needs and the security for the courts, they don't do community policing very much like a sheriff. They don't have that ability. That is fully under your department, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In constable's office, to my understanding, and I may be wrong or misunderstanding the process of what a constable does, however, was originally established to just perform duties of the courts. They were an initial enforcement service established early on in the late 1800s and early 1900s within our state for additional policing services, but have gone by the wayside in a majority of our urban communities, outside of our rural communities, by the manner of a sheriff's office and more sheriff's deputies. Is that correct?
They have, especially in the north, sir. In the south, they still have some constables. Obviously, they're working in the vast majority of the courts in Clark County and Las Vegas, but in the north, we're not just seeing those used by and large as much as they were in the past.
Okay. And then have your officers, your deputies, do consistently, at least down here in the valley, support the execution of documents and orders and eviction notices, do you not, for the courts currently here within the valley?
Correct, sir.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill, Vice Chair Hill, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just back on the budget issue. I'm wondering, there wouldn't be a budget amendment needed for the next fiscal year because this is within the Incline Village Court's budget. Can you just clarify that, Ms. Rodriguez?
Certainly. Jamie Rodriguez, for the record. In speaking with budget, because the implementation of this would be in the next fiscal year, if this action were approved, budget would make the necessary adjustments for the overall budget that you would approve. So the constable's office is their own budget. They would serve in that office for half of the fiscal year, so half of the budget would go to the constable's office to accommodate that 6 months. The other half of that budget would automatically go to the sheriff's office per this action to cover that period of January through June of the fiscal year.
But per the sheriff's staff report, there is an increased cost for that next fiscal year, correct?
Vice Chair Hill, Corey Sulfrino for the record. When I spoke with budget and we were going through the numbers, it kind of depends on who we select for this position for that next budgetary year. Obviously, there's 7 steps as a deputy sheriff. The more tenured ones make more in wage and salary and benefits, and then special assignment pays. There would be no special assignment pay with this position. However, with their CIT and some of their other benefits, I believe when Lori and I looked at the matter, if a top step deputy with incentive pays, there would be about a $3,000 difference in addition to what the current constable's budget is.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. As this board knows, I'm really a stickler on, making sure that we outline to the community any additional costs for positions or changes, and I wish that would have been more clearly outlined in the staff report. But I do like this idea that there will be more service provided. I don't feel comfortable supporting this today due to just the lack of information provided on that and the long-term plan. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. So Mr. Sulfrino, let me just ask you this. So you mentioned, and I already did some research, but I just want to put this on the record. This is the only place in Washoe County that we have a constable that's left. We got rid of, we merged Verdi and Wadsworth in quite a number of years ago, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Yes.
Wadsworth, yeah, in 1998, I believe that
Yes,
those positions
yeah.
were merged.
Yeah, they were merged.
With the Reno Justice and Sparks Justice Courts.
Right, correct. But you did mention, and I saw this also, that they still have them in southern Nevada,
Yes, sir.
in Henderson. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to bet you they have a much higher case volume than Incline Village.
I would surmise that as well, sir. I did reach out to my legislative counterpart, Chuck Calloway, with Las Vegas Metro, and he did confirm their caseload is rather robust.
Oh, I bet. I mean, I bet it's very high. And so that's the, you know, and this is not a pejorative comment about Incline versus, I mean, it's purely population-based. It's purely population-based. So those are, you know, that's I think that's important to note. The $3,000 difference, even if it was a $5,000 or a $10,000 difference per year, we're getting a deputy 2 days a week that will be out in the community 8 days a month, you know, additional days that they would not be serving the court. And if the court's volume was low, it could be more days than that. There's the potential. If that deputy doesn't have anything to do, if that bailiff doesn't have anything to do, they're still a community liaison officer. And so they don't just get the day off, correct, Captain?
No, sir. I got plenty of work for them to do.
Right, they have plenty of work for them to do. And that's the point. They will be working in that community, and they will give a more robust service to that community. And I think that's what's important for me. I would remind you, commissioners, that this is a first reading, so there will be no vote today. We only have to have one commissioner who will introduce this. And so we'll get a second bite at the apple on when we actually have the second reading and the adoption. So, commissioners, is there anyone else having any questions for staff at this time? Okay. All right, I'm going to close that.
And sir, if I could.
Nope. I'm going to take public comment.
Okay.
Commissioner. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Certainly. In chambers, we have Judge Alan Tyrus.
Welcome, Judge Tyrus.
Thank you, Chairman Hartong. I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm sorry that I only have 3 minutes to address this body, given all the comments before, because I'm not going to be able to adequately address all the comments from the captain previously. For the record, I'm Judge Alan Tyrus. I'm the Justice of the Peace from the Incline Justice Court, and we have a very close working relationship with the Incline Constable's Office. We rely very heavily upon the Constable for assistance in carrying out our functions. The Incline Constable's Office has been providing important services to the court and the community of Incline Village since 1980. In 1998, when the other Washoe County Constable's offices were eliminated, the Incline Constable remained. It was recognized then that the services provided were different and exceeded those of the other constables of the time, and it was argued that the closing of this office would be a breach of faith with the people of Incline Village and Crystal Bay. The importance of this office has not diminished through the years and is as important today as it has always been. On Friday, January 21st, I sent each of you a letter including an analysis of this proposal based upon the representations made when the agenda item was initially presented and approved on December 14th. It had been represented that certain efficiencies and service enhancements would be provided by the elimination of this office. As of this date, despite several requests, we have not been provided with the analysis supporting these initial representations. Regrettably, even Sheriff Commander Corey Solferino, in his well-considered report, did not address certain constable functions, and I believe he underestimated the personnel requirements necessary to maintain the status quo. Accordingly, I felt compelled to perform my own analysis. To provide the personnel necessary to perform services similar to those presently provided to the constable, it would cost an additional $95,000 more on a yearly basis. There's not just the constable, but there are 2 justice support specialists in addition, which are not accounted for in the budget that we're talking about. Our current constable has been providing services, critical services to the community and the court for over 25 years. His justice support specialists have been working in his office for over 5 years each. The value of this institutional knowledge cannot be overstated. Replacing him with a member of the sheriff's department, no matter how otherwise qualified that person may be, is not an even trade. It is unlikely that the replacement would have the same experience and background and would not have the same commitment to the office and community as an elected official. A plan to provide the status quo is by definition not an enhancement of services. Mr. Chairman, here today and then also at the December 14th meeting, you used the phrase, "This is a solution looking for a problem," when addressing another matter. I submit to you that that's what we have here. None of the affected stakeholders here want this, not the court, not the community, and certainly not the constable. There would be an increase in cost and a likely reduction in the overall services provided, and all of this, particularly including the process that has brought us here today, causes me to ask the question, why are you doing this to us?
Thank you, Judge Tyrus. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's everybody in chambers, but I have several emails and documents that were submitted, so I'll read the names of those. We have Beth and John Davidson, Karen Havorka, Linda Smith, Sharon Schrange, documents from Judge Tyrus, Alan Christofferson, Susie Cornell, Patricia Mosier-Morris, Helen Neff, Nancy Carlson, Timothy Lyons, Janet Barnhart, Yolanda Knack, and Doug Flaherty. All of these documents will be placed on file.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lucy, I have you signed in, and then
Thank you, sir.
I don't know whether you want to introduce or you want to.
I would like to do both if possible, but I would like to.
I'd like to make a comment as well.
I would like to make a comment prior to, and then we can move along. First and foremost, to the question of, a question you had, not a question, but a statement you had made in regards to population and level of service in regards to the current one of the last serving constable offices in the state of Southern Nevada. That current population for the Henderson City in Nevada is 317,610 people, just a little bit more than the current population of all City of Reno. The current population as of 2020, and this includes all the individuals currently living in Incline Village, that is about 9,462 people. Of that 9,400 full population, it's about 75% would be full-time residents, which is roughly around 7,500 individuals. There's a massive disproportion of population between the two constables' offices, understanding the reason for probably still the maintenance of the Henderson City Constable based upon that number. Secondly, another issue that we have never been able to clear up with the constable's office is the amount of staff utilized within, to the point the public commenter made that the staffing would change. We have never been able to truly identify the hours and timely of full-time versus part-time staff members that are up there based upon Mr. Keller's and Mr. Tyrus's, Judge Tyrus's continued submission of those numbers. So from my standpoint, really looking at this as a cost benefit, it's difficult to allocate a number to a staffing when you don't have those numbers clearly outlined, transparent for the county to do this. This is an ongoing cost, and the discussion that the cost would increase, I would also challenge that the cost would be included into the sheriff's budget, not truly increase the sheriff's budget, because doing away, the sheriffs are going to continue to be there, and we will be paying those sheriffs, whether they are doing the duties of the constable, the duties of the courts or not. And I don't believe that it's truly a cost increase. It would be a cost increase if we were to blend the two, but there is still the level of we are paying for those officers under the sheriff's budget and the staffing under the constable's budget to maintain those. And moving forward into the future, this is something that it was for the benefit of the community as we have evolved and are continuing to evolve, not only in Washoe County, but in Incline Village. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to address a couple of things. I do not believe that this is a solution looking for a problem, because if it were just that, I believe it would look very different. That said, Captain Solferino, you mentioned that the constable was sick and you weren't able to talk to him. If you'll come back up for just a moment, what happens if the bailiff that's assigned to Judge Tyrus is sick? What happens what happens when they go on vacation? What occurs during those times that we have I'm going to call it a staffing shortage? How do we fill that?
I did address that, sir. Sorry, for the record, Corey Solferino, Captain, Incline Village. And I do want to apologize to the judge. Well, Constable Keller was sick when I tried to meet with him. I've been out of the office the last 10 days
Sure.
with the COVID
No,
bug
no,
myself. So
it's
this is
not-
my first day back in the office, but I wanted to be able to at least clear the air with everyone in here and be able to address these questions. In my staff report, I did indicate, based upon that, I currently have 2 deputies that are working and assigned to Incline Village that bid the 3-year position.
Correct.
That were Deputy District Court bailiffs in the Second Judicial District Court. So what my goal is in those instances where the bailiff is sick, unable to attend, court must go on. I do
Vacation.
have, what's that, sir?
Vacation.
Vacation training. I did an analysis in my staff report where A and B team that is staffed 7 days a week. We don't have the luxury of not staffing Incline Village. Everybody is up there. If somebody calls in sick, we'll move our resources from the valley to Incline Village.
Right.
And we would have a complement of staff trained to assist the court in that day. Now, are they going to be proficient in the daily duties? No, but they will have a good institutional knowledge of what to do and be able to fill in a moment's notice.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, and can I ask, and also answer, maybe add a little bit of context to your question as well?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Through my conversations with Mr. Conway, who is the current court administrator for the Reno Justice Court, if need be, and that would be a challenge for the sheriff's office, and that bailiffs would be necessary for Judge Dyrus's court, they would be able to help move and allow for flexibility of their own bailiffs that reside within Reno Justice Court
Right.
to the flexibility of the Incline Justice Court, so that they could continue current court operations. As they've done when Judge Tyrus takes vacation or is time sick, we do move a senior judge to that judge to continue, make sure that court operations are always in operation, sir.
Right. No, understood. Yeah, and I see this as a more robust service to Incline Village. I mean, I just do. And I would hope that Constable Keller would apply with the sheriff's office and become part of that. I mean, I would think that would be a perfect fit. So there's been a number of other things that have been said that I don't necessarily agree with. In 1998, 1998 was a very different time. I can tell you right now. I mean, we're talking about, 24 years ago, and service levels would have been very, very different. The requirements of service levels would have been very, very different in Incline Village. I don't think we had. Do you happen to know what the complement we had in Incline Village in 1998? How many?
1998, we would have had, I want to say, 17 from the command position down to the deputy level positions assigned to Incline Village during that time. In 2008, during the recession, then Sheriff Mike Haley had to make that difficult decision to
Okay.
reallocate resources. But I believe the traditional staffing in 1998, I'd have to refer to my staffing report. I want to say it was 17, sir.
That was probably a good gig, though.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, sign me up. On Marine 9, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, yeah. All right. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, we have taken public comment, we have had discussion. If there is an appetite to move forward on this, I'm looking for an introduction of the first reading.
Mr. Chair, Madam Clerk, do we have a bill number? I mean, an ordinance number?
1871.
1871?
1871.
Thank you, thank you. Chairman, if I may, I move to introduce Bill number 1871 for the first reading of an ordinance to amend Washoe County Code, Section 5.465, to abolish the office of Constable in Incline Village, Crystal Bay, based upon the determination that the office is no longer necessary, in ordinance with NRS 258.010, and set the second reading for and public hearing for February 8th, 2022.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Okay. That takes us now to item number 20. Do we want to take a short bio break, maybe a 15-minute bio break to allow staff and everyone, or we want to press forward? Huh? Okay, yep, we can push through. I'm okay with that. Let's open up item number 20. Mr. Manager.
Item 20 is a recommendation to acknowledge an update on the short-term rental program to include discussion and possible direction to staff on recommended changes to existing short-term rental regulations within unincorporated Washoe County and/or provide additional policy direction to staff regarding any other changes desired by the board prior to bringing back specific ordinance amendments. The staff recommendations and potential policy direction from the board include but are not limited to the following subjects: occupancy calculations, i.e. a change in methodology recommended by staff, parking requirements, safety, security considerations, trash or garbage collection rates, rules, insurance requirements, permitting requirements, enforcement process, fees, fines, and penalties associated with short-term rentals, and resolving possible discrepancies that may arise within existing Washoe County Code chapters as a result of any new recommendations.
Welcome. I'm sorry I don't recognize your face, so please. I'm sorry, Courtney, what was your last name?
Waikey. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Yes,
Now you can hear
that's
me.
much better.
That's why I needed
Thank
the
you.
mask off. Yes, it is my pleasure to be here today. This is my first presentation to the Board of County Commissioners. As stated, Courtney Waikey, Senior Planner. Today, staff will be providing an update on the STR program, current permitting data and trends, experiences thus far, what we've heard from the community and the STR owners and applicants, and finally, a request from you to provide direction on some staff recommendations. Just a little bit of background into the STR program. On May 1st of last year, the STR ordinance became effective and the county began accepting STR applications. After a 3-month grace period, active full code enforcement began on August 1st. In the fall of last year, staff began outreaching to various stakeholders, including STR owners, STR managers, as well as the general public, and our partnering agency to receive feedback on their experiences and possible recommendations for improvements to the ordinance. Today's data is presented in both the staff report and today's presentation is from May 1st to December 20th, which brings us to 9 months of program implementation. As of January 15th, 642 STR applications had been received, 494 permits have been issued. There have been 12 Tier 2 administrative review permits issued. And remember, Tier 2 is homes that have been verified to accommodate more than 10 occupants. No surprise here, majority of the STR applications have been located in the Tahoe Basin area. This graph here demonstrates a general decline in STR listings from 2020, from 1,200 to 800. Staff has worked diligently to provide transparent information to the public as well as interested STR applicants, including the creation of a dedicated STR webpage where various forms for frequently asked questions, a step-by-step how-to guide for submittal to Acela, as well as or Acela, or otherwise known as onenevada.us, and links to the host compliance hotline and email for STR concerns and complaints. Permit trends to date for issued permits. The average maximum occupancy is 6 people per STR. The average habitable square footage verified is 1,100 square feet. The average number of legal bedrooms per STR is 3, with a majority of those STRs being whole home rentals. 70% of the STRs are located in condominiums, and roughly 60% are managed by certified property managers. Out of the 467 issued permits, 10 are owners with 2 or more STRs. 45 have been issued to owners that have LLCs, incorporations, or holdings. As you can see in this pie chart here, a little more than half are California residents who own STRs, with the remaining majority Nevada. One of the trends that we've seen a little bit with maybe a delay in issuing the permit is compliance with our inspection checklist. Out of the 467 issued permits, 178 failed their first building inspection and 75 failed their first fire inspection. Additionally, 42 took 3 or more building inspections to pass. This is an important asset to the STR program in that those homes now have the life safety improvements that make it better for both the occupants as well as the general community. The general fund revenue to date for permit fees is $207,000. The actual cost of the program to the county is $94,000, and the projected annual cost is $193,000. That I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Geisinger to update you on code enforcement matters.
Mr. Giesinger, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Mr. Hartung. Thank you, Courtney. For the record, Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager, overseeing the code enforcement program. So I wanted to give you a quick update. I'll be covering the next 3 slides, just where we're at to date. So as you did see, August 1st was the deadline to begin full enforcement. We spent the prior 3 months leading up to that, hiring staff, getting vehicle, computer, doing training. Our plan coming out of the gate on August 1st was actually to make contact as much as possible with known listings in the community that had not yet applied for a STR permit. And the reason that we chose to prioritize our approach in that way is there were several hundred, it turned out, listings that had yet to even begin the application process. So that was just an overwhelming number to really try to tackle right out of the gate if we were to, engage in full enforcement at that point. So what we decided to do was to send out what ended up being roughly 250 contact letters to these listings, informing them of the ordinance and the need to come in and start the application process, the permit process, or that they would face the pretty stiff penalties that have been put into place, which is $1,158.40 for operating without a permit. Subsequent to that, we were able to get voluntary compliance with the majority of those contact letters, and voluntary compliance is what we strive to do in the code enforcement program. The STR enforcement is a little bit different in that we're proactive in looking at listings and reaching out and contacting people and starting enforcement cases. But we are more or less still responding to complaints and complaint base. Did want to point out that violations are subject to due process, just like all other code enforcement violations. We are using the administrative enforcement process, Chapter 125, to enforce STR regulations. So there does have to be an appeal process and those things and potentially hearings. And so just because we get a complaint doesn't mean that a fine is going to be issued. So I just want to make that clear because we've heard that in public comment. Also wanted to point out that we do just have one code enforcement officer, and that is what was budgeted for, and that's what the fee structure in part was based on. And that code enforcement officer works the same schedule as the rest of our enforcement officers, Monday through Friday shift. So they're not available 24/7, but we do have the host compliance software, if you'll remember, and that does have a complaint hotline, and we are attempting to funnel all complaints through that hotline so that it is all documented in one place. And then the assigned code enforcement officer is reviewing that on a daily basis and does follow up on all complaints that come through host compliance. Of course, we also still take complaints through our normal code complaint process. We are trying to, for short-term rentals, have them go through the host compliance hotline. Also wanted to point out that we did include in the ordinance the ability of citizens in Incline Village to submit their own evidence of violations that may be occurring when we're not there. So obviously, code enforcement's not patrolling. We're not there 24/7. So this is another avenue for concerned neighbors to report violations. The evidence does have to be sufficient for us to open a formal case. So it does need to be time and date stamped, and that is in the ordinance, and a witness statement is required for executing that due process. And we have had one of those cases already. Already covered host compliance. We are checking that daily, but another important aspect of that host compliance hotline is the local responsible party contact. So when a complaint is received through that hotline, they do receive a text message, and the ordinance does require a response within 30 minutes or an hour if there's inclement weather. We have been checking on that. The one remaining thing we need to shore up with host compliance, and they're working on this improvement, is to be able to automate the response that was provided by the local responsible party. So in the interim, I've been having staff actually contact the local responsible party each and every time we get a complaint, so we can build those relationships and find out what the outcome of the response was. And this is important for addressing the more nuisance-related impacts such as parking and noise. Next, I'm going to give you an overview of the general summary of complaints that we've received through that hotline to date. There you go. So as you can see, the top complaint is regarding unpermitted short-term rentals operating. And so that also aligns with our priorities today, which is to essentially try to get people permitted. That's really going to be our focus until we get over the hump and really get all the listings that are out there permitted to the extent possible. So we're really focusing on that. The next highest complaint is parking. That went up significantly in the last couple months, obviously due to the Snowmageddon event we had up there. So parking has become limited. And the rest of these have remained relatively steady in their hierarchy there. Noise, general inquiries. Occupancy, surprisingly, is on the low end, but we have had an actual formal case, 2 of them, regarding occupancy limits.
Chad, before you leave that slide, is this all Incline Village?
96% are located in Incline Village, so yes, we're spending the majority over time, but we have had cases in the valley, actually, yeah.
Whereabouts? Are they happening out in Spanish Springs?
We have not had any in Spanish Springs yet.
Okay.
Yes.
Mostly south of town, like Montreux or Arrow Creek or those areas?
Yes, in South Reno. South Reno, and then off of Toll Road, one in Washoe Valley that went to a 30-day rental. So yeah, mostly the south part. We have one way up north in Via, that's a ranch, believe it or not. So, but none specifically in Spanish Springs yet.
Was that a parking issue in Via?
No, it was just a permitting issue, and we resolved it.
Kidding, Chad.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I know how you feel about parking in the valley in Spanish Springs. There's plenty of parking, I agree.
No, I wanted to try to understand where the bulk of this is coming from.
Right.
It's Incline Village centric.
Yes, and just to be clear, we really haven't brought an official enforcement case against parking. Those have mostly been resolved through the local responsible parties. It's also, the sheriff in the right-of-way. If you're parking where the snow plows are, that's another thing the sheriff can enforce. And so,
and some of that, parking specifically could also go to an HOA issue, correct?
absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have been having those discussions recently.
Okay, all right, thank you,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No
Proceed.
problem. And then my final slide here, I just wanted to give you an overview of our actual administrative enforcement cases that we've opened after investigating the host compliance complaints. And really, this began in earnest in September, because up until that point, we were still educating. Believe it or not, there were still quite a few people out there that had no idea this was going on, which we were surprised to find, but it was the case. And we've been focusing on getting people permitted, but since September, activity has really ramped up, and we opened up 14 official complaint cases, 12 of which turned into violations. Those complaints were, almost all of them were for operating without a permit, because that's where we're focused. However, we did have 2 for over occupancy, and then 1 non-compliant listing where we could just not get the person to fix their listing. So it was advertising and occupancy that wasn't approved. It didn't have the TLT tax number on it, things like that. So all the things that are in the ordinance regarding listings. The fines that have resulted to date from those enforcement actions are already totaling more than $10,000. And in fact, since I did this slide, we actually issued 2 more penalties, so we're up to $12,000. And then what's been paid to date, as you can see, $1,737. And then my last point I wanted to make is code enforcement fines do go to the general fund. They do not support the STR program in any way. So there is no incentive or hidden agenda on the enforcement side of generating fines. These are, the sole purpose of the fines is to compel compliance. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Moyer.
Before you
Okay.
leave, and Ms. Hallenstein, I know you want to want to come up, but let me just ask you this. So we've issued, the number you just said was 12,000 what fines?
I don't have the exact number, but.
12
Yeah,
grand-ish.
add two more $1,158 penalties to that number, and that's.
Okay, so, yeah, again, 12 grand-ish, almost 12.5. Fines paid to date, 1737 only?
Correct,
Well,
yes.
So, what, if they don't pay the fine, do we just remove their permit? What's the,
So that's a good question. So what happens then is remember that we've shortened the timeline to pay. Instead of 30 days, it's 14 days for
Yes.
short-term rentals.
Yes.
So if they do not pay within that amount of time, it's an admission of guilt, and then that's still due, it's still owed, but it means that you have one strike against your STR permit. And if you recall, there's 3 strikes
Right.
and an automatic revocation process with an appeal to the board. So we do have one property that's received 2 strikes because of that. They didn't pay on time.
Okay.
If they do pay, it's also an admission of guilt. I should say if they don't appeal, it's an admission of guilt. So if you miss the appeal timeline, then you've basically admitted guilt. And then if you pay, there's also, but they get a 50% discount if they pay.
Okay.
And so we've had 2 of those instances, and basically they're getting their permit. So they've got their act together and they're coming
Okay.
in now, but they do have that money. So the remainder of that money will go to collections is what will happen.
yes.
And then collections will.
And we have no ability to encumber the property, correct?
This actually came up the other day at the staff level. I don't know the actual legal answer to that, but my answer to staff was, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to send it to collections.
Okay.
2 separate things going on.
Right,
there.
right. It's not like,
Yeah.
it's not like taxes where we
Right.
can encumber the property and if they don't pay their taxes after a period of time, it can be.
Well, like the
auctioned.
2 that we had that paid their penalty, they've paid their obligation, and now we're going to issue them a permit because they've gone through the process.
Right.
And so we wouldn't withhold the permit just because they, had to make a penalty payment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. You bet. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Hordstein to go over some of the code changes that we're recommending. Oops.
Ms. Hallenstein, welcome.
For the record, Moira Howenstein, Division Director for Planning and Building. So when we did our outreach, we did 2 separate and distinct workshops. One was with STR owners and property managers, and one was with the general public. Thanks to the communications team, we sent out about 10,000 emails and received just under 100 feedback comments. We also checked in with our regulatory agency partners to see how the STR program affected them. So overall, what we heard is that the STR regulations are well received. We did hear frustrations with our occupancy calculation. We did also hear many requests to ensure that the renewal process is easier, which it will be because we have some provisions for self-certification. And also concerns over the availability of code enforcement resources, and of course, general nuisance concerns over noise, trash, occupancy, and parking. Part of the conversation also included concerns over housing needs and affordable housing and access to the STR permit information to the public. And based on that last request, and thanks to Technology Services, we were able to create this incredible layer in the mapping software available to the public that is called STRs. And you can see the issued permits on the actual map. If you click on the icons, you can pull up the attributes that will actually disclose the occupancy, the parking, the transient lodging tax number of bedrooms, square footage of habitable space. So all sorts of good information that the public can access. As Chad said earlier, and Courtney, most of our STRs are actually condos, and they were impacted by the current occupancy calculation, and so we would like to try to modify that. You will see depending on your direction today, you will see a development code amendment with the actual language, but today we're just looking for direction on the methodology. And what we are proposing, I think I can explain it better with 2 examples versus just words. So what we are proposing is a hybrid approach. We've learned some lessons from the STR program. We know that the condos are disproportionately impacted by the current calculation. And so here's an example of a 3-bedroom condo, 2 stories, 1,200 square feet, Under the current calculation, we would allow one person for every 200 square feet of habitable space. And this specific floor plan would yield a maximum of 5 occupants, which doesn't make a lot of sense if you have 3 bedrooms. So what we are proposing is to do 2 occupants per bedroom, and the rest of the home is then calculated at 1 occupant per 200 square feet of habitable space. And in this example, this home would have a maximum of 8 occupants. We've heard some concerns about increased occupancies with this methodology. However, please keep in mind that the limiting factor is still the parking spaces. Each home requires 1 space for every 4 occupants, and so if this home only had 1 parking space, they would have to be limited to 4 occupants. And in order to have the 8, they would have to have 2. And most condos we've seen have 1 or 2 parking spots. So the same calculation applied to a single-family dwelling that has more square footage. Just real quick to run you through this, you would end up with 2 per bedroom. Under the current calculation, we would end up with 6 occupants. It's just taking the habitable space, dividing it by 200 square feet, and it would yield 6 occupants. Under the proposed calculation, we would end up with 2 per bedroom plus 4, with a total of 10 occupants. So the occupancy does go up, but again, they're limited by the tier, and the first tier permit can only allow 10 occupants, and we're also limited by availability of parking. We would also like to look at fees if possible. We've spoken to our partner agencies, and currently fire only charges $90, which is 1 hour worth of time, and we would like to add an additional hour for a total of $180. The building inspections are under the building program, which is an enterprise fund, and currently the building inspections are charged at $90 an hour plus another hour for the plan review, where we check the actual drawings for code. And we've provided inspections under the original fee. We go out once, and we give them, if they fail, we give them their corrections, and then we come out again as a courtesy. However, we cannot go out 3 or 4 times. So for those additional inspections beyond the first 2, we would like to charge $90. In addition, we've had a lot of ownership changes since the STR ordinance has started. And so it takes a lot of paperwork to update the affidavits and all sorts of administrative work, and we would like to propose a $90 fee for administrative staff. I will skip through that slide because we just reviewed it. However, we are trying to reconcile the planner's time spent on these applications. It ranges from anywhere from 4 hours to about 8, and we are currently just charging on the second reading, hopefully sometime in March or April, to be able to add those fees. Apart from the fees, we've learned some lessons through the permitting process. Currently, staff is looking at multiple insurance liability certificates, and it takes a lot of time, and quite frankly, that is not our expertise. And what we'd rather do is put the responsibility on the applicant by tweaking the code language and then putting it in the notarized affidavit. We'd also like to ensure that the HOAs especially are not using their overflow parking to meet their parking requirements, because they've been disproportionately impacted by the use of STRs. So again, a change in development code language is forthcoming. The revised occupancy we just reviewed, and then Incline Village GID requested that we change the language of the trash containers to include bear box specifically versus the wildlife cart. And then lastly, the Tier 3 is the permit that is required for STRs that have more than 20 people, and that is really only allowed in commercial zoning. So we haven't had any of those yet. However, if we do, we would like to switch that from an administrative permit, which would go to the Board of Adjustment, to a special use permit, which would go to the Planning Commission, simply because the Planning Commission has reviewed the Development Code amendment to begin with, and they're more familiar with the ordinance. So the tentative timeline would be to get direction from you today, come back to the Planning Commission with a Development Code amendment at the beginning of March, come back to this board at the end of March for a first reading, and then in April for a second reading with the fees, to be able to be ready for adoption in May, which would line up nicely with the renewal process for the permits. And with that, we welcome your questions. We have some expert partner agencies here, Fire, RCVA, and Sheriff, I believe. And we welcome any questions or input you may have for staff.
Okay, so let me just ask a question, Ms. Howenstein. I just want to make sure that I understand. I want some clarification, and then I'll turn this over to Commissioner Lucy and Commissioner Hill. You've outlined in your presentation, there's a whole bunch of requests that are being made. And then you've asked for, you know, on page 8 of the staff report, there's proposed the notarized affidavit, clarified requirements, revised method of maximum occupancy calculations, and it goes on. Are you, what's staff's thought on this? Is staff's thought and desire to blanket this, or do we need to go through these one by one, or is that a question that maybe I need to be asking the commissioners?
Moira Howenstein for the record again. Commissioner, today we'd like to just get a general direction. If you
Okay.
agree with these suggestions, we will come back with very specific language in the Development Code Amendment later on.
Okay. Yeah, and for me, I'm going to take the lead of Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Lucy. I don't have a bear in this fight. So, you know, that this really does affect District 1 and District 2 far more than, we had one in Via, but, I think that's an anomaly. So, Commissioner Lucy, I'm going to turn it over to you to begin with.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Hallenstein, I do have some questions for you and all of staff in regards to this. I have some concerns right out the gate. Obviously, as you've pointed out in the staff report, we currently have identified 799 short-term rentals with 40 new rentals in the last 30 days that have been identified. Out of those, we only have issued 467. So it's about 60% of the full compliance of all the STRs up there. And this is one of the concerns that I had right out the gate. Well, why do you believe that is? Is that, like, as you've pointed out, the application process, the rigorous requirements? What is it? Why is 40% non-responsive?
Thanks for that question. It's varied. We don't issue a permit until the inspections are passed for both fire and building, and all the paperwork is in compliance, and the payments are made. And so a lot of it is on the applicants, but we certainly take responsibility for perhaps not being as quick the first year of running the program, of issuing permits. So we're probably behind by a couple of weeks. But again, different applications with different levels of knowledge are at different stages. And quite frankly, the property owners, the property managers have streamlined the process for us. They have bundled inspections. They have checked the homes before we come out. They have checked the paperwork. And so those have gone faster than perhaps a mom and pop owner.
Okay.
So yeah, it's varied.
And has our outreach, how aggressive has our outreach been to all of those STRs?
Commissioner, could you clarify outreach?
Outreach in regards to communicating with those STR properties in regards to, we do have the application process and how to proceed through that process and what the applications are outside that have been outlined within the code.
Yes, so the assigned planner follows the permit all the way through. And then I check them weekly, and the planner checks the condition of if that application has moved in any way.
I guess, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. That's not that. Let's talk about the 40 that have been applied, that we've identified. How have we reached out to those 40 that have applied, or that we've identified in the last 30 days? How do we reach out to those individuals?
We know who they are through the host compliance because they look at 60 different platforms, and then we reach out to them through code enforcement. So
So host
Chad's team-
compliance is not making that first contact, we are?
Correct, we are.
Oh, okay, all right. And we do that via email? How do we do that?
We do that with all forms. We call, we email, and route them to what the requirements are and encourage them to apply.
Okay. Now, I thought one of the major sticking points that we discussed when initially drafting this ordinance was that those had to be represented by, if they weren't in person or living within the community, they had to be represented by a host. When it's represented by a host, are we talking to the host? Is the host managing that as well?
So Commissioner, the ordinance requires a local responsible party to be available if there is a complaint called in. We did not require a host to be on site. That's not part of the current ordinance.
Okay. All right, and then a couple more questions in regards. When we set these fees, well, I want to, before we go back to that, another thing that I have some concerns about, obviously, is the frustrations that we've heard, and this was always part of this, is that we didn't want to make this too onerous, but we also wanted to make sure that people were compliant. RSCVA does see a number of room tax dollars that do benefit that community significantly, and I see Robert here in the audience to maybe answer some of those questions. But if we're not making those connections and getting that compliance, that's 40% of that unrealized room tax that is not being collected, and that is, we feel is unsafe. Walk me through, again, the building inspections, and I know Ms. Donahue is here from North Lake Tahoe Fire, that the Marshal, I should say Fire Marshal Donahue, I apologize, ma'am, to walk us through the fire inspection. But I want to know from our side, from the building inspection, what exactly is the building inspection? I know we do it for a safety compliance, but what is that? What are we looking at?
Sure, thanks for the question. It is not a inspection that would be the same as a new building construction. It's different. What we are checking for is basic life safety exiting. We are checking for the smoke and carbon detectors. We are checking for the emergency lights. We are checking for some basic things. The inspection takes about 20 minutes. It is not comprehensive in any way as if you were building a new home. And we did not apply those standards. We applied some very basic standards in case there were a fire or something were to happen where people who are not familiar with the home can get out and are safe.
Okay.
And they're outlined. We have a 2-page checklist for everybody who applies to know exactly what to do so that the home is ready to pass the inspection. And fire conducts inspections on the outside of the home. We've taken in order to not duplicate, we've taken the inside of the home, meaning we, the building division, has taken in the inspections for inside the home. And fire has taken on the defensible space. And they also check inside the home only if there is a sprinkler or if there's a monitored fire alarm.
Okay. Now, how many of those, out of these 178 failed first building inspections, have we found that are just absolutely non-compliant, will never be able to qualify for STR permit?
Sir, I can't think of any.
Ms. Donahue, have you seen none? Okay. So all of them have the potential to be compliant just based upon the very simplistic codes that because most of the buildings should be constructed in a manner which that those are already a standard compliance, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's no reason that they can't. It's just a reason of willingness is what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Okay. I also have frustrations, as you've pointed out, with the host compliance because one of the big selling points that Commissioner Burke-Bigler at the time when we first took this item up was that host compliance would be a very much a strong partner of ours within this, and it's from my understanding sounding like that is not, they are not fulfilling exactly everything that we had anticipated that they would do at this time. Are you seeing that to be the case?
So, Commissioner, we hired host compliance to begin with to just identify who's advertising, find the address that goes with that advertisement, which takes a lot of work, and then we also purchased the hotline component, which is for complaints only. We did not hire them to reach out and do the permitting for us, so we took that on as staff. They do have a module for that, but we did not purchase that module.
Okay. And why not?
We were trying to be diligent in the cost and burden that we would put on the community and what the things that we could take on as staff.
Do we feel that that could be cost-effective or not?
I would like to wait for a full year of the program to reconcile all those costs, but right now, planners are definitely spending more than we thought, about 4 times more time than what we originally thought. In processing the initial permit, again, it's the first year. I think next year, when we go to self-certification, there will be no need for actual inspections. If the person is in compliance, doesn't have any violations, has paid all their fees, they would simply self-certify. That will be a lot easier. If there's no change in ownership, then the paperwork just gets replicated. So that should be a much, much faster process.
Okay. And can you give me a number in regards to how much income we have generated? You've given me a number about fines that we've generated or issued to date, but how much income has been generated on the 467?
Yes, and the slides are not moving for some reason. I apologize. Otherwise, oh, here. We have a chart for you. Well,
Is that the
not
chart
really.
that's on
So
slide?
we have it on slide 8. Yeah, slide 8. So currently, the actual cost is about $93,000, and the general fund revenue to date is $270,000.
So we've generated $270,000 on this so far?
Correct, and that does not include the fees that go to fire and building, because building is an enterprise fund, so those fees are completely separate from that. That is simply the general fund revenue.
207,000, Jevin.
Correct.
Okay. Roughly 208,000. And our cost is 93,000 to date.
To date, yes.
And yet we're asking for increases of fees to, when I'm seeing a number that is understandably time, that's going to be more costly down the road. Right now, that's not necessary based upon, it looks like we're making money on this versus based upon this slide. There's the net delta is that we've got more income than we have actual expenses, but yet you're saying that we don't have enough compliance or compliance officers to identify the problematic children.
So what this graph shows is that by the end of the year, we'll be close to the $208,000. Excuse me, by the end of the year, we will have $192,000 in expenses is what we are projecting.
Right.
We would not increase fees if there is enough money in the program, but that is for your direction and for you to tell us how to use the funds. Currently, we are seeing specifically fire spending more time and the planners spending more time, but we do not know what that will turn into next year when the program should be easier to manage and administer.
Okay. Ms. Donahue, can I speak with you, please? Jen, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Ms. Donahue, walk me through the fire district's inspections in regards to the additional need of the extra hour of time for your inspectors.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Donahue, Fire Marshal, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. And currently, right now, what we do is there's an intake process, and personally, I was doing the intake for every single application that we got. I would process that and get that into our system and our software, because we use something different than the Acela program. And then we would reach out to each and every applicant and try to arrange an inspection. In the process of doing that, we also purchased software so that would help us, because we're a small district with very small, there were 2, myself and another inspector, so that we weren't getting overwhelmed with getting return calls or people trying to schedule those inspections. We bought software where people could go directly online and schedule their inspection that way. So we would then schedule the inspection, we would go out and we would do the defensible space inspection for each and every applicant, unless we have a current defensible space on their property, which there were very few of those. And then we would also spend time researching the occupancies and double-checking Acela data versus our data of whether or not those homes or condominium projects had sprinkler systems or monitored fire alarms. Then that would determine whether or not we were going to do just a defensible space or defensible space and schedule an interior inspection, which then required someone to be there to meet with us and let us in. So certainly we spent more time on that front end trying to make that initial contact, review the application, get it into our system, purchasing the software, and then fielding all those questions, trying to get people organized and ready for us to come out. We also enhanced our website and web traffic so that we had a frequently asked question as well as an inspection checklist so that people knew what to expect and be prepared for our visits. We had a smaller number of re-inspections, but the re-inspection, certainly defensible space on a lot of these properties was taking a lot longer than initially anticipated, just by their various location, either depending on the fuel types of the area or slopes of the area, whatever features the property had.
Okay. And Ms. Donahue, if you don't mind me asking, what is the total cost of that software that you've acquired?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can certainly report back. I wasn't expected to have
that's
that.
okay. I would see that if that is a cost that you're incurring and feeling that is beneficial. Now, is that a two-way program for not only you to schedule those applications, but can the applicants receive notifications from that piece of software back to them about where they are within the process and how that's going in regards to that?
No, that is purely just a scheduling software piece for our fire district to schedule short-term rentals. It has nothing to do with the rest of the process, or doesn't really tap into the Acela to see where they're at.
No, but I mean, as it pertains to the fire inspection process, does it respond back to the applicant about where they are with the fire process?
They get a response showing that it's been scheduled and that we'll be out there at that scheduled
So it's a
time, and
scheduling piece of software,
Mhm.
that's basically it, but it doesn't show, it won't give them a report of their compliance of what that needed to be based upon initial. I'm looking down the future as it pertains to this piece of software, because I guess where I'm trying to get to with this is that if the software is showing to be beneficial and has the ability to respond back during the self-inspections and a submittal to your department of what the current plan and requests are from them, that they can submit pictures and compliance pictures to you, so that it wouldn't require necessarily an on-site visit, that could be reviewed by your department via digital versus having to send an officer out. Do you know if there's that capability within that piece of software?
I don't know if that software is capable of that, but through our inspection program and our inspection software, they can submit to us electronically if we just need, say, a receipt for something that the fire sprinkler system's been serviced. We also partner with a third-party software that they can upload their results immediately to that, and we're notified of that so that we can close out the inspections without doing a site visit.
So, Ms. Donahue, I would ask from, I guess, Marshal Donahue, your department, either you or Chief Summers, if you guys could come back and report to us in the future meetings prior to any potential changes, some more information on that software and some more capabilities for an ongoing process for your department, so we can keep those efficiencies going for you and help you with that. And if that is a cost, that's something that the county can help with or incur, or we can help manage that with you, I would like to see those numbers as well, and a report, if possible, from your department on that, if that's possible.
Certainly.
Okay, that'd be great. Now, Ms. Howenstein, I have to ask you a couple other things as well. It's my understanding when we first drafted this ordinance that we were going to give a grace period of 12 months prior to any fines and fees. Before strikes were given, there were going to be more warnings. We weren't really going to go into a true enforcement level for 12 months. It seems like we've already jumped into an enforcement level of fines and submittals through the application process. Walk me through that.
Moira Howenstein for the record. Our grace period was 3 months, May 1st.
It was 3 months.
May
Okay.
1st through August 1st. Chad can certainly speak to the approach to enforcement, but I know that we did not pursue those people who were making a good faith effort who had submitted, and we were just simply overwhelmed. The first wave was quite incredible. So we couldn't keep up with issuing them, and therefore we did not go after the people that had paperwork submitted. And we went after the bigger homes that were causing more impact due to occupancy, and that's where the violations were pursued.
Okay. Mr. Manager, this is something also I would like to talk about in regards to our future discussions in regards to our technology plan and what we do. I'd like to look at some software and some technology potential, either through Acela or whatnot, how we can continue to efficiently move those processes to an online platform and move through that process. I'd also like to ask that NDOW, Mr. Jack Robb from NDOW, be invited to discuss the need for bear boxes at the locations that are available to have bear boxes. I know I've seen a presentation from NDOW and Jack Robb in regards to the bear situation in Incline Village and the destruction to garage and property up there. So I'd like to have that prior to any changes, proposed changes to the ordinance as well. One of the things that I have received a number of discussions about, and I'm sorry to belabor this, Chairman, the occupant level, which is always a challenge for me, whether it be condominium or a single-family dwelling unit, that there was challenges for habitable space. I do feel comfortable with the increase of increase of the occupants. For example, in a two-bedroom condominium that is currently squared away, based upon our calculations, a condominium that has one bedroom and maybe a pull-out sleeper could only have three occupants. Whereas if we change those based upon the current calculations and increase that, a one-bedroom condominium with a pull-out sleeper could potentially occupy 4 inhabitants versus just 3. So I would like to look at those increases as well and make sure that we are addressing those going forward. Secondly, I want to make sure that I don't think the fees are overly burdensome, but how long does the initial permit last? It was my understanding the first year we were going to do a 1-year reinspection, and then after that it would be on good participants, that it would be then go to a 3-year, correct? Or is that, what is the timeline on that?
Yes, so the initial permit is good for 12 months. If there are no violations and no outstanding payments on that property, basically a good citizen, we have the option of doing a self-certification for both fire and building inspections for 3 years. Of course, every year when they come to renew, we would check that they don't have violations, that they paid their fees, and that they're in good standing.
So a renewal permit with inspection is only if there is a violation, correct? In the first 12 months?
A renewal permit with self-certification is only allowed if there are no violations.
So the cost would be, for those after the first 12 months, would be $524 versus if somebody with a violation would be $618, correct?
Correct.
Based upon the slide, I don't have a number on the slide, but under the proposed fee slides. And then finally, I mean, like I said, I want to make sure, because I feel like the way we drafted this, realistically, that this was going to be clunky in that first year and not be as streamlined. So I'm not as motivated to change fee loads until we see some more data and some more time has elapsed. However, I would like to see the occupancy numbers changed to more facilitate the needs. As we've pointed out, whether citizens of Incline Village believe it or not, that community was built as a resort community, not as a city or a township, but a resort community that has evolved into a city and a township. And a majority of that income as we can continue to point out, comes from the transient nature of that community. And we pointed out earlier today that a good portion of that population is even part-time within that community. So I have no desire to look at the fees increase until we have a little bit more clarification to that. That's my thing. Can I ask, Mr. Chair, may I ask Mr. Douglas from RSCVA to come down? I have some questions for him, please. Mr. Robert Douglas is in control of the room tax collection for the Reno Sparks Convention Visitors Authority as it pertains to short-term residences outside of the hotel properties. Mr. Douglas, through your discussions and prior to doing this, prior to Washoe County becoming involved, you have been intimately involved with this for quite some time. What have you heard, what has your feedback been from the applicants and those that you have been collecting fees from?
Some of the...
Mr. Douglas, would you please identify yourself?
Oh, Robert Douglas, Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, for the record. A lot of the homeowners that I have talked to thought the permitting process was too cumbersome. A lot liked the idea of it, but they thought it was too many hoops to jump through. But a lot of them have done it. Some have backed away from doing short-term rentals because they don't want to do that.
Okay. Do you have any recommendations, sir, in regards to what you would feel would be less cumbersome to allow for the application process?
You know, I
mean, that would be your opinion, I understand.
My opinion, well, the fees, some of them, because I talked to a lot of homeowners, you know, through the whole process, they thought the fees were too high, but I understand, you know, the commission's standpoint on that. Occupancy, as you've addressed, is a big issue with them. I talked to one condo owner, and he had a 2-bedroom condo, and he could only have 3 people. And he said he will do it, but he doesn't agree with it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I appreciate it. Chairman, other than that, those are my understanding. I mean, that is my feeling that we continue on the path that we've already outlined. I feel that we've done a lot of work. Staff has done a lot of work on this. I think this is something that needs to be tabled for a period of time until we can bring back. But I do think there need to be some changes to the occupancy and potential bear boxes. I do not feel that at this time, and I'd like to remind everybody, the intent of this was never for the county to make money or RSCVA to make money, other than to provide some clarification and guidance for short-term rentals within Washoe County. This is not supposed to be a revenue-generating project. This is supposed to be a net zero project. And so to change numbers at this time, I don't know if that's, we have enough data to really change that as of yet, but those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Before I ask Vice Chair Hill to step in, I think that there's an important question that needs to be asked. And my memory is not serving with respect to the numbers that I'm seeing on paper. And Mr. Giesinger, perhaps you can help me out, and Ms. Hallenstein, you can help me out. We've got 467 permits issued. I recall that there were 1,200 or 1,500 STRs estimated when we started with this ordinance. Can you fill in my memory gap? And I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Chair Hartung, Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager, for the record again. So our initial data from host compliance was in the neighborhood of 1,200 listings.
1,200.
Yes. Okay. Now, something we haven't discussed yet is something to keep in mind is they're not 100% successful at identifying all listings,
Right.
the addresses of all
Right.
listings. So I think the last time we spoke with them, they were estimating about 15 to 20% of the listings they cannot identify. Now they actively work to identify those on a weekly basis, and so that improves over time. But yes, that was the number, and we also, and just for some general context about where we ended up when we adopted, I do believe we were basing our fees on issuing a total of 500 permits. And so that is why we were kind of in line on our revenue versus expenses are pretty close, because we're approaching that number of 500 permits. And there have been a number, and as we had that one slide showed, listings have gone down right now to 799 as of the last time we ran the report. It's been hovering around 800 for a couple months now. And then, as Mr. Douglas just mentioned, some people decided to leave the market because they just didn't want to get with the regulations, and they only rented it, a month out of the year or something like that.
Well, and we may have seen some frustration due to smoke.
Could be.
This year, and just, people not going to Tahoe. But I feel the same as Commissioner Lucy does with respect to raising any fees at this time. I'd like to see a higher compliance number. And I don't know how we do that, because what's happening is and this is typical in these kinds of scenarios, the folks who are good players, who want to do the right thing, who want to be issued a permit, who want to comply with the regulations of the STR code, are bearing the burden for those who don't comply and don't go out and get a permit and are basically just running under the radar, so to speak. So I feel the same way as my colleague does. I'm a little concerned with that. But let me let Vice Chair Hill have the floor, and then I'm going to come back to some of the bullet points that you guys have in the staff report, and I want to try to understand those a little better. Vice Chair Hill, would you like to speak at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, bringing up this idea of how many actually STRs exist versus, how many we permitted, it's a difficult thing. I think that there's a lot of inaccurate numbers that are out there. So just making it clear that we only see 799 right now of our 635 applications that that are processed is important, because I think there's a misconception that there's many more that we're not able to regulate. And so thank you for clarifying that. I'm okay with fees being part of a future evaluation. I do know from staff that this is a really tough program, but maybe it just is this first year to manage. So I want to make sure planning staff are able to do the real work of planning and not just be focused on short-term rentals. So if there's a need for additional staffing, I think staff just needs to make that argument for the commission to evaluate down the road. I just have a few questions for, I think, the Director Moira on, is there a reason that there's not a recommendation to divide occupancy between the multifamily condo use and single-family homes? Because there were concerns about just how the occupancy would just be further expanded in single-family homes. Do you have a recommendation on that?
For the record, Moira Howenstein, Commissioner Hill, thanks for the question. We're trying to remain based in the life safety codes, the codes that we adopt for permitting and fire as well. It's the international codes. And so we don't have enough basis to treat a home occupancy differently from a condo. And we did not have enough language in the code to do that, and wanted to rely on the current life safety codes that are there as a protection for our criteria.
Okay. That's helpful to know. And just going back to this idea that I heard from a lot of constituents that were concerned if we expand the occupancy in single-family homes, then that would just open the door for just so many more people to be in the short-term rentals. But there's also parking restrictions, 1 parking space per 4 people that would need to be met. So there are those restrictions as well. So I just wanted to point that out for the record as well. And I think that the chairman brought up a really good point that we had a rough summer this year. The fires really didn't, from my understanding, help us really evaluate the program. to the full extent, and then seeing that the program didn't really get up and going until August. Would it be fair to say, Moira, that we really need another year to fully understand the ramifications of this program before we make any major changes?
Commissioner, what I would suggest is that we make the occupancy change and the affidavit change and the trash change and the HOA parking language change sooner rather than later, before the renewals start, which will be forthcoming in May. But for fees and other changes that we've not perhaps considered today, I agree with you. I think we need probably a full year, and by that I mean at least August, if not September, or another summer season.
Okay, thank you for that. And yes, that, I mean, other than the minor changes that you have recommended today, understanding the program a bit more and collecting more data, having a full summer of non-fire summer, hopefully, to fully understand the program and the impact on the community. And then the over 20 people for the special use permit requirement, should we even allow for that type of use? Have staff considered that maybe there should just not be, that type of use more than 20 people at all? And so even having that category, perhaps it shouldn't be as part of this program?
Commissioner, that is really up to the board. The staff, this again is the first time that we've considered all these new uses in our community. And quite frankly, we haven't had any tier 3 for that very reason, because it would be a very unique circumstance to find a home or a structure that is in a tourist commercial or commercial regulatory zone that would be doing a short-term rental. So that it's just a unique situation, and we haven't come across it. But it is up to this board if they want to eliminate tier 3 and not allow it at all.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, other than the changes that you listed, that would be something that I'd want to look at doing, eliminating a tier 3, but certainly can wait on that if we need another year of the program to understand fully what the program's doing in the community. I also just wanted to say thank you so much to the team. I think that everyone has worked really hard to work with both the STR owners as well as the community members over the duration of this permit process. And I hear nothing but positive things, even if people have concerns about certain parts of the policy, about working with our staff. So I just wanted to make sure that you heard that. My appreciation to the manager for, implementing this new program, and to the other commissioners to really take a chance on a new program. And I think overall there's been, we've improved the life safety, especially in my district, because so many exist in my district. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Before I turn it over to Commissioner Lucy one more time, Ms. Hollenstein, would you tell me again, because I think you listed 4 items, and I think I only got 3, but you got occupancy, refuse, or trash. What fees? What were the other things that you were looking for today?
Yes, Chair, for the short-term proposal, what we'd like
Yeah,
to...
you said you were looking for direction on, I believe it was 4 items in your comments to...
Yes, sorry.
Madam Clerk, do you have those items by chance?
The slide doesn't work. Sorry.
No? Okay, you have to go back.
I got it.
Okay.
Notarized affidavit, so that we don't spend time looking at individual certificates of liability. The parking items, so that in HOA specifically, overflow parking or
Okay.
unassigned parking cannot be used.
Okay.
Revised occupancy
Occupancy,
calculation.
got that?
And the bear box.
And refuse. Okay. Notarized affidavit, parking, refuse, and occupancy. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Commissioner Lucy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. And so in summation of my final comments, sir, Ms. Howenstein, I do believe that we've done a great job. Your team has done a great job in concert with North Lake Tahoe and with RSCVA, bringing this program forward in its very complicated nature. However, I still, from the initial numbers, my fears are starting to become realizations that we are driving bad actors to continue to be bad actors. And to the chairman's point, those who want to be good are being good. However, those that we can't identify now are gone dark. And we can't find them, and they're advertising ways that we can't necessarily track, and yet we can't employ compliance for those individuals because we don't have that program completely identified. So I would hope that in the next 12 months that we can continue in concert with the RSCVA to continue to try to identify those bad actors as best as we can, because as you point, the program is being held on the shoulders of good actors, allowing for the continued bad nature of those that are not participating properly. Secondly, what I would ask is that I know Mr. Douglas is probably going to be pissed that I say this, but I think that this needs to be a joint. I think this is just, the program still is a little disjointed. I think that there should be some more universal approach with RSCVA and us. I know they've been very, very helpful on this, but we need to continue to elevate maybe that process and continue to work together, either unify how we collect the room tax or what we do with that and where we are, because there is benefit to the RSCVA for the collection of that room tax now that the compliance is there. But we need to make sure that RSCVA, as the chairman of that board, that we stay we stay in concert and work cohesively together. And so that means not only time and energy, but dollars expended towards STRs. And find that is not a decision for Mr. Douglas, but obviously he would need help from the RSCVA's executive team to make sure that his team can help with this, because this is an issue. And as I pointed out, as a resort community that revolves around the income and generation of tourists from in and out of the community, and we spoke about a justice of the peace issue earlier today, where a good majority of their business comes from outside of the region in regards to parking tickets and enforcement. This needs something to be identified, because the bad actors are still the bad actors, and we need to identify those quicker rather than later, and really try to focus on how do we get those people to start complying or find some other suitable solution. But I would ask that we identify a plan jointly with RSCVA and North Lake Tahoe to continue to get that, whether that's through technological advances, software, or just boots on the ground, whatever that may be. But let's go back to that, and I will take that back to the RSCVA as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. Okay, Commissioner Jung, do you have any comments?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Floor is yours.
Very good discussion. And I think it's a grand idea that the RSCVA take over STRs for the whole region, because they have more to gain than actually we do from a fiscal incentive. And if that is not possible, I understand that's legislative and we're not really the boss of ourselves. I think it's a great idea that we should all be partners in ensuring that any bit of ordinance that we put through that's countywide, but is experienced, as we know, in a place that was created specifically for tourism and visitation, that we all act together to ensure this quality of life measure for people. And I want to be really honest with you guys. I am delighted we're this far. There was a time when this felt like Sisyphus, pushing that boulder up a hill to just continue to do it every day. So let's not lose sight of how far we've come. And more importantly, looking pretty much like a model of how to do this, especially with Commissioner Lucy's idea. I just love the RSCVA being involved with this and any other actors who are touched or incentivized for this, because I think that's the way we ensure that it maintains a quality of life for the people that choose to live there year round, as well as expectation of behavior and compliance for the visitors. So I think it's a good discussion, and I think staff has lifted a pretty heavy rock for us. And always we can improve upon processes, but I would agree with the commissioner who's most affected by this. We need some more data. And I do love too that we've kept our promise. Remember, our biggest thing was like, listen, if there's unintended consequences, we can fix this, instead of everybody assuming every time we make a new ordinance that it's somehow written in our firstborn's blood or something. Like, we are that kind of commission, and we are that kind of management team. We are flexible, and we rely on all of the partners out here to do this. So that's my 2 cents. And great discussion. I learned so much just sitting through this discussion, thinking I didn't have a whole lot to say about it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I think we've all sufficiently given our opinions. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment? I see we have a bunch of emails that were placed on record. Do we have anyone wishing to speak at this time?
We have nobody signed in chambers, but I do have 26 names of people who submitted comments.
Okay.
So Connie Starr, Eric Tracy, Wolfram Scheinel, Deanne Bourne, Gail Marshall, Bruce Powell, Judith Miller, Rebecca Arnold, Pam Sigdinos, David Hildebrandt, Dave and Carol Fasoli, Alex Sigdinos, Aaron Connell, Kathy Julian, Sarah Patzman, Laura Pearson, Nancy Carlson, Ed and Karen Hornug, Millie Clark, Doug Flaherty, Susan Lemons, Rhonda Ticer, Julie Paddleford, Connie Bryan, Jill Barnes, and Ann Brockman.
Okay. All right, thank you. So Commissioners, before I turn this back over to you, Commissioner Lucy, because I see you signed back in, staff has asked us for some direction on occupancy, refuse or trash, notarized affidavit, and parking. Those are the 4 items that staff lit on for us. Lit is landed. So, Commissioner Lucy, let me turn it back over to you, and then let me ask you, colleagues, commissioners, what we want to do. We can choose not to decide. That is a choice. I didn't quote Geddy Lee, didn't quote Rush perfectly that time, but although I certainly could have. But they are asking us for some direction, and I'm assuming to bring back to us or to take to higher boards. So, Commissioner Lucy, let me turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, sir. In a brief discussion, then I would make them. I'll try to proffer a motion, if I may. To Commissioner Jung's point, the STRs, when they do generate that room tax collection, a good majority of that goes to the RSCVA for their funding. However, only a portion of that room tax dollars are come back to the county. And then also a good majority of that gets divvied up between all of the entities. City of Sparks, City of Reno, all receive a portion of the STR funding, or any room tax funding gets allocated back to, and it's not specifically from STRs, just the STRs funding does not stay, to my understanding, from managing the budget at RSCVA, does not just go back to the county for the STR funding. It does go back into a large pot and then is allocated by percentages to each municipality or government agency that is identified within the room tax allocation. So dollars in does not necessarily mean dollars directly back out to the where those dollars come from. So that is a frustration, and I do agree with Commissioner Jung that the RSCVA maybe needs to have a little bit more of a dictation in regards to where those dollars come from and how those get expended, especially as we're talking about this issue. But I would make a motion that we can confirm the staff's recommendations to move forward with the following policies as outlined, which would be those of the permitting and the affidavits, notarization of the affidavits, the occupancy calculations, parking requirements, and trash and refuse rules as it pertains in a expeditious nature as soon as possible. And then a review of the fees and penalties at a later time and date, potentially later within 2022, to truly look at another possibly successful summer of those collections.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. That was in the form of a motion. Do I have a second for purposes of discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to provide a second and also just a minor amendment if Mr. Lucy is open. I'd like to see that staff also look into the technology aspects of both what host compliance can do, an expanded host compliance contract, or other technology opportunities as well as part of that fee discussion.
The motioner agrees.
Okay. All right, so we've made a slight amendment. Under discussion, so the items that staff was asking for can be found on page 8 of the staff report. This is, again, item 20. And it's proposed item number 1, which is a notarized affidavit. It's item number 2, clarify requirements of condo and multi-family parking and where parking is unassigned. Item number 3, revised method of maximum occupancy calculations. Item number 4, refuse considerations. We're going to bring fees back. And then we really don't have the item for technology. But staff, do you understand the direction that the board is giving right now? And do you have any questions for the board?
Chair, we heard you loud and clear.
Okay.
I think we have sufficient direction to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, all right, that's all I wanted to make sure of. Madam Clerk, do you understand the motion as well? Is it clear?
Yes, we've got it
Okay,
written down.
good, all right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Lucy. We have a second by Vice Chair Hill. Is there any other discussion? We have asked for public comment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, staff. Well done. Again, this is a complex issue, and you guys have, as usual, done a really good job, and I appreciate the time that has been put into it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, that takes us to item 21, our final public comment. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Manager. There you go. Sorry.
Will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda.
Madam
The
Clerk,
commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
I apologize, Mr. Manager. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call public comment?
Certainly. Mark Newman?
Mr. Newman. Thank you for being patient and waiting.
Well, now it's good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate you for your view on the Pyramid Highway. I've lived in Reno Sparks area, Washoe County since 1962.
Oh, my goodness.
So I can remember going Pyramid Highway when it was a dirt road to go out and go fishing. When they put in the Teledyne rocket test site, that highway was speed limit unlimited at that time. So, but I think those lights should stay in there on Pyramid Highway. As he said, only 4% for over 100,000 vehicles. That's 4,000 trucks in an 8-hour period. The other thing is the Ardmore Park, number 2. I taught my kids how to swim there. I lived at 5290 River Lane when I was a kid. That's the best honey hole swimming place on the Truckee River. It's kept very nice, neat, and clean. Everybody looks after themselves. He's just upset that there's a lot of traffic there in the summertime using the resort. And last thing, I received a phone call from Commissioner Chung's office. You'll be seeing more of me. I was appointed to the Sun Valley Citizens Advisory Board. You all have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
I have an email from Bruce Foster to be placed on the record.
Very good. We will close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, item number 22.
Item 22 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Mr. Manager, do you have any such items?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. I was distracted for a moment.
No.
No items. Thank you. Let me start outside. Let me start with Commissioner Jung. Do you have any items?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hill?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Lucy?
Only that I want to wish, once again, Commissioner Jung a very happy birthday. Hope she enjoys the remainder of her day.
Okay, thank you so much. I too want to wish you, Commissioner Jung, a happy birthday, and we're sad that we can't have you here to celebrate with a piece of cake. We're having cake. I just want you to know that.
Nice. Lucky. Enjoy it.
All right. I have nothing either. That takes us to adjournment. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your patience. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.